Yes, people, thank you so much for your patience. Without wasting too much of your time, I think we should get into this straight away. We had an issue before. It's a rough start. Let me just phrase it like that. But we are online, and the most surprising thing is, anyway, let me not bore you as to why this has happened. But that's, by the way, I have to say hello to people in the chat so we can move on immediately. And please, if you're watching, if you haven't taken a second, drop a like on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. And if you're watching, yes, I want to hear from you whether you think this is a game that Chelsea can win. But let's not answer that question yet. Let's get through the news items we have lined up, and then after getting through the news items, I don't think if there's anything worth discussing there. And I'll bring in the panelists when that is if they have time to join me. And my bro Jerry Z, he says that it's that time of the year. How's your son doing? I think he's doing way better today. Just one of them goes to a kindergarten, so when every now and then he comes home with something, even if it's affecting me to a certain extent. My verse, if you can pay attention. And Tobeho, my brother from the medieval land, that says big up everyone and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Yes, people keep dropping the likes already. We have 14 likes, but we should be doing better than that. Thank you so much, and apologies once more for the slow start. And Dominic, Maximilian, and Neche, nice to see you, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Big up yourself, brother. I appreciate that. 5 days left for the season to end, says Jerry Z. Myro, all eyes on Poch's announcement. Now we can say it is imminent. It will be interesting to see if they do it before, after the Newcastle game. I think it has to be after the last game of the season. I'm feeling like my theory has always been correct, that they waited to announce him for a change, for something new, something for the fans to look forward to, and not think too much about the bad season that we've had. And this says 5 days left. Yep, I've read that one. But more importantly, nice to see you, brother. And this here from Jersey, also, no problem. Patience is a virtue, and we demonstrate that this is a community. And I appreciate you saying that, taking the time to say that. Coach, what's the problem? Let me guess. Roger is trying to his contract with the Chelsea Perspective community. Don't pay him a penny more. Send him a loan to Arsenal. Maybe that's what we ought to do. But I love Roger so much. Well, I understand. I also do understand where you're coming from. Yeah, I can assure you that's not the case. The beautiful game. By the way, I haven't said your name the way I like to see it, but I just did, and I hope that makes you happy, brother. Much love to you. Roger's contract will be discussed with Poch, and not the current. Not the current coach. Poch has said Roger doesn't fit his system, and he is not press resistant, so that's a huge problem. So he's better off going out on loan. Hello to you too, Emmanuel Obedan. I hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. And here, my bro, the beautiful game, he shares the link to the sister channel. Please go check it out. We're approaching 1,000 subscribers there, and the channel soon, by the grace of God, would take on the life of its own, and then the work will be easier. That's why we're still looking for more panelists to join us and make it easier on us. But more importantly, thank you to all of you that that's each of you, each and every one of you that has liked the video, and for those of you that are subscribed, please, if you haven't, please do take a second and like the video, and also do subscribe to the channel, and also do share the link on whatever social media platform where you have presence, so that more people can come join us. That will go a long way. So thank you so much. And for those of you that are watching, for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat, I just wanted to let you know that they're very much appreciated. We understand how valuable you are to the community, but we want you to do us one more tiny bit of favor. Please take a second, drop a like on the video. That will go a long way for us. Thank you so much. And yes, please make sure to check out the sister channel and subscribe there too. Good morning to you. Good work to you. Good morning to you too, and good work. So the first item we have to discuss here is Dusan. The rumors are a few days ago where that we're interested in him, which nothing new there, but that We've already made an offer of 80, I think 80 million euros, which I didn't believe at the time. And it turns out it was all nonsense. We're learning that that wasn't the case, that we didn't offer anything. We're just considering. He's just on the list of players that we're considering. So this says, quoting Fabrizio Romano saying, from what I've heard, Chelsea have not sent any bid to Juventus or for Dusan Vlahovic. This is denied by both clubs. Chelsea are following many strikers, including Dusan Vlahovic, because they will go for a new number 9, but nothing is in advance on this one. Yeah, just this debunks the rumor that we already made a bid of 18 million euros. I think that's the number that's being quoted around. It turns out it was all absolute nonsense, and which is the reason why I've always preached that you just take everything you hear out there with a pinch of salt. Sometimes dump them into a single a bucket and categorize them as rumors or speculations. Dissect and analyze, then come to a sensible conclusion. That way, you will not, suck up to everything you see out there. And at this point, like I've always said, we are all the Chelsea fans. The Chelsea fans are in a very uh, vulnerable position, which means that the press, the Twitter journalists, will exploit that. Because they know we'd be sucking up to nearly everything they have out there, but we have to be cautious. So we move on from the Dusan of Vlahovic story. He's a player I've liked, but I'm starting to see some argument from some quarters of the Chelsea fan base arguing that his work rate is something is concerning to them, and that they're not too sure whether he's going to fit work in the Premier League. So, but I'm saying maybe I have to take a second look at Dusan Vlahovic again to come to that conclusion. But he's a striker that I've always liked. He's a potent number 9, and a clinical finisher. So, but maybe I have to look at him again with regards to the argument that he's going to struggle in the Premier League and his work rate and all that. But isn't he just 23? Correct me if I'm wrong. At most, I think Dusan Vlahovic should be around 24. Let me check his age. But I know he's still a young striker too. But he's been on the scenes for a while now. So whenever his name is mentioned, if you're not careful, you'll be thinking he's in 26, 27, or even closing closing in on 30. Let me see Vlahovic age. Dusan Vlahovic age. How old is he? 23, yeah. So he came onto the scene very early and since very early. And he's been a good striker. And this is why, bro, here preaching that you become a member if you can afford it. Here's the thing. I was going to end the membership thing due to concerns of how I think some people, what they demand of the channel. I'm going to create another level for exclusive content. And this one remains for chat. You could say, how do I phrase it? What's the term I'm looking for? For chat purposes, maybe the first membership level. But that's by the way we move on. Thank you so much for sharing that. Let's see what else we have lined up here. And if you're in the chat, let me know if Vlahovic is a striker you'd like to see at Chelsea. For me, I'm beginning to have doubts, but I have to do my research to say for certain whether I think he's our guy or whether I think we should move on from him. And what is it with our club? I'm just going to ask this question like my friend and bro Rodrigo would ask. What are we doing with all these youngsters? Let's sign established players and find a balance, stabilize the ship, find a balance, sign experienced players in certain areas and stabilize the ship. And then we can sail to whatever destination we want to sail to. Right now, the ship isn't stable. It is very shaky. So why are we prioritizing signing young players like this? Even if we have enough to still go for established players, I think it just shows we're not prioritizing, you know, our priorities maybe. Morning all, please hit the like button. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 16 likes. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible. The aim today is to get 200 likes by the time the show ends, and I believe we can do that. So this report here says Chelsea are preparing to step up their interest in the 18-year-old Gambia striker Adama Boyeng. He's been prolific for his club, Steve Biko FC, but would struggle to get a work permit should Chelsea pursue a transfer, they plan to loan him out. I get it. If it's an exceptional talent, then make an exception and get him. But I think that shouldn't be our priority at this point. We have all the issues to sort out. Adebayo Makunju, bro, I want to make you a managing mod because I trust you. Oh, you're a managing moderator already, actually. So no need. So yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream. And here's the thing. I want to say this. It says okay, Nigel Bullet. Okay, just having a conversation there. So thank you, and I hope if it's an exceptional talent, then I'm all for the club making an exception to sign him because he's if it is indeed as they described. And this is Malang Sarr has had surgery on his injury. He is posting that he shows that on Instagram, which means selling him will be an issue, except if he recovered just in time before the summer transfer market. And once again, the summer transfer window opens when? Let me just be certain here. Is it June? When does the summer transfer window open? Okay, when does the summer transfer? In July. Okay, so hopefully if he recovers just in time, then we'll be able to sell him. If not, you cannot sell an injured player, so that creates a problem for us, which means he's still going to be on our books come 23, 24 season. But for me, I see things differently in his case. I think he's just a kid. He was just 21 at the time, wasn't given enough time, and was, just blamed for the issues we had at that point because other players are more experienced and more respected than him at the point. That's how I see it. Big up, coach. Big up to you too. The youngsters are good enough. They deserve to start. Quality is ageless. I wasn't talking about the youngsters we have already in our ranks. I was talking about the youngster from Steve Biko FC that's been linked with a move to Chelsea FC. This is the first time I'm hearing of him. I hope they know what they're doing. But like I said, if he is an exceptional talent, then make the exception and sign him no matter what we're going through, all for the future. Coach, I know you support Lambs for playing the team he did, but is it really helping Chelsea? Here's the thing. I just thought that's a good enough lineup. Like I've always argued, that doesn't mean I support him. I've always argued the ideal thing to do, even the moment that was from the time we reached, we reached 40 points. I think that the ideal thing to do would be to start giving the youngsters a chance. Give them confidence for next season. I get it. We will have a preseason, but let the preseason start immediately after we get. We gathered enough points that was clear. Mathematically, we're not going to get relegated. But unfortunately, I also recognize the fact that his priority would be to polish his coaching resume, which has taken you can say a concerning amount of negative hits. If that makes sense, from Everton to Chelsea, and in the 8 games at Chelsea, he just won how many? I think just one alone. Drew two, or I think won and lost 7 or so. But yeah, that's concerning. That was I took a look at that record, and I recognize the fact that his priority will be to win games, which even though it won't be enough to change the fact that his coaching resume at this point doesn't look good, if that makes sense. So I think that doesn't mean I support him. I just say that's a strong enough. That's the best I believe we could do with a few changes that I argued I would have made again if it was up to me. We will be here hardly getting game time and for Poch to analyze. Yeah, like I said, Frank's priority is to polish his resume and not to give the young players a chance. If that hasn't occurred to you yet, I think you should start. You should recognize that's exactly what he'd be prioritizing to do. I'm going to be closing out this windows of some of these items that we've discussed. We've talked about Dusan Vlahovic. I want to close it out so that once we're done, we move on from it. And the next item here about the 18-year-old Gambia striker Adama Boyan. We've talked about that, and we talked about Malang Sarr if he's injured, which means we're not going to be able to sell him, and that's a huge problem. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 18 likes. Let's get it to 100. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Up the mighty famous CFC 100%. Smash the like button, people. Subscribe and support the channel. Thank you so much for kindly saying that, Bobby. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. And this item here talks about Chelsea are still monitoring Neymar's situation, but their failure to qualify for the Champions League might prove detrimental to the club's effort to sign him. And here's the thing: I don't trust the is it L'Equipe source? It's a French news outlet, I think, and the GFFN. I don't know. But here's the thing: I don't still believe it that we're interested in signing Neymar. It's not going to come cheap. I think his price, his transfer fee now at this point is rumored to be around £75 million. He would just be a luxury signing, not a player we really need. Maybe if he's going to play in the number 10 position for us, and he's a fine creator on the day, but it's still not going to come cheap. I don't think it's a signing that will make sense. We can still get number 10s who would be you could say nearly twice as much as cheaper than the price we'll end up paying for Neymar and his weekly salary. I don't think it's a signing that makes sense. So I still don't believe this. For instance, what is Mudryk doing on the Lampard? It is disturbing. It is concerning that he didn't start that game. A game against Man City where during the pregame show we did recognize that there will be lots of space for him to exploit against Manchester City because they play a very high line and don't leave much players behind the ball. They focus on attacking, and he didn't start him. That's shocking. Madrid also didn't start. So to me, even though I get it, some of the issues, you could say some of the problems that are apparent on the Frank Lampard, and they're not down to his own. Not again, he's not the causes of those issues, but I think he's proven a lot of people wrong, right, that he's actually an awful manager, if that makes sense. Even I'm not sure to what angle to take that argument again. I think it's clear to everybody that he seemed he's kind of confused. So that's for lack of a better term to get my point across. I was just shocked. I've just pressed the like button. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. With 21 likes, remember, we are shooting for 200 likes today, and that's only possible if you believe we can, achieve that. So please keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Thank you so much. Everyone needs to hit the like button. Yes, John, you're very correct. Coach, check out how many games Neymar plays on average per season. This would be a complete waste of money and has nothing to do with his ability. Probably, for branding purposes, just to polish the club's brand. That's how I see it. And I still don't believe there's substance to that story, if you ask me. I think it's absolute nonsense. I think it's just being made up. I'm not from, I wouldn't say L'Equipe, as much as I know they've carried some rumors sometimes that turned out to be true, but I think this is absolute nonsense. And I know it's a signing that wouldn't make any sort of sense. He's hardly fit, always injured, always sidelined, maybe if that's the language you prefer. And as I've argued, I think it would just be a luxury signing, not one that will really help us solve a problem. And the void! It's been like 10 years that I last saw you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate you so much, the vibe. I hope you're well, brother. Please do let me know. We move on to the next item here. This one here talks about, this breaks the heart. This does break the heart, really. This is there's a chance that Benoit Badiashile can return to training in 2 months, depending on how recovery goes. Even if he returns in 2 months, it's clear he's going to miss at the start of the coming season of the 23-24 season. But he is expected to return to match action until 3 to 4 months That's concerning. He's a player I like so much and has been one of our best defenders. Not just even he's actually again contributed so much in the attacking area because he's able to pick up some excellent passes from the back line. What a player he is! Hopefully, he returns earlier than planned because he's an excellent player, and I wouldn't want him to miss. Being part of Mauricio Pochettino's travel tour and preseason, if that's the language you prefer. But I will miss him. Trust me, Poch will never make the blunder to sign Neymar, as Poch has experienced Neymar at PSG and has seen his laziness and lack of professionalism. Here's the thing: the reports are conflicting. Some are saying that Poch actually wants him at Chelsea, that they had a good relationship during his stint at Paris Saint-Germain. But I think I'll take what I'm hearing from you because I heard quite a lot at that time that he was very problematic. But there's no way to confirm all the stuff we've heard with regards to Neymar's behavior when Poch was their coach at PSG. I understand where you're coming from. It's a signing that will not make any sort of sense. If anything, it would just be a luxury signing, good to have because it's Neymar, and hope he'd be a player that will help polish the club's brand, if that makes it brand, so to speak. So to speak. This one here, it's I think even before this from Fabrizio Romano, we've heard a few days ago that Alexis McAllister is on the verge of joining Liverpool. It turns out that's the case. Fabrizio Romano reports that Mark Allister's deal includes release clauses. Release clause. Liverpool are big favourites as personal terms are almost agreed. Manchester United keen on Kim Min Jao, but not a done deal at this point, at this stage. And but let's stick with Mark Allister. He's a player I like so much, and would have made an excellent pairing for his Argentine international Enzo Fernandez. Unfortunately, Liverpool are the front runners, and it just seems as if he's going to end up joining Liverpool. But it doesn't look like it didn't. Again, it has never at any point looked at as if we were serious about signing him. They were all just rumors. We move on from that item there. Let's see the next item we have lined up here. I'm going to close out this one because my system is giving me a problem. I'm not sure why the memory is struggling to cope with the windows I have open because this is pretty much a new system and the memory should be strong enough to carry this. This is says Chelsea watched the Southampton midfielder Romeo Lavia last week. They also checked on Sporting Lisbon's Manuel Ugarte, who is available for £53 million. That's cheap, really. And in the case of Romeo Lavia, I'm learning that the club scouts they did observe some deficiencies in Lavia that they do not like. That's concerning to them. So that sounds like we're not too serious. We're not too serious with regards to the possibility of signing Romeo Lavia. So I'm not sure which of these two players at this point I'd argue is a club's priority. Orate, they've been impressed with, and Lavia, they are voicing their concerns. They observe some deficiencies that they don't like. So we move on from that one, and let's see what the vibe has to say. Coach, when do you think the first signing will happen? I'm not too sure. If I hear anybody argue that actually there's a chance we're not going to sign any new players, that the club will try to make do with the players we have already in the summer, I'd say it's believable because, as I've always argued, the club's priority in the summer will most likely include balancing the books because we're in the minus of 300 million plus. For me, that's not correct. We won't make lots of sales. We'll sell a lot of players, at least a five that you can think of. Hakim Ziyech, let's say, Christian Pulisic, one of them, Aubameyang, except if he terminates his contract and decides to leave as a free agent. There are a few other players, one goalkeeper at least. We will make some money, but we're still, use some of the money we will get from selling those players to balance the books, which is very important. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble with the FFP and in the Premier League too. After 13th June, when the market will open, unless we sign a player who is a free agent, that can be done earlier. Thank you for explaining that. Even I'm not well acquainted with how again, the rules that govern the transfer market and all that. But thank you for saying that, Jerry Z. So we'll move on from this item here. I think we have next thing we have lined up. We're going to the match review. So now I'm going to ask you the question: are you looking forward to this one? And this is like, let me say, this should be about the 10 million times I'm asking this, and unfortunately, 90% of the time, people say they're not looking forward to it, and that's reflective of how bad we've been of late. But I'm still going to ask you that question. On Thursday, May the 25th, we will be at Old Trafford to take on Manchester United. And I want to hear from you. Are you looking forward to that one? Do you think we'll win? Do you think they'd beat us? Do you think the game will end in a draw? Your thoughts. Let me see what you have to say. But thank you for that. I appreciate that, Jersey. Coach's spot to Chelsea are shaking in it. I think you're using the British language. Not sure. You're asking if it is happening. To my understanding, that's what I think you're saying. I know you know exactly what you mean by that, but that's not language I'm familiar with. But yeah, it's looking at that. That's what's going to happen. It's looking that eventually we get an announcement, and Pochettino will be announced as the new permanent Chelsea manager. And I trust him. As I've always argued, he actually overachieved at Tottenham and would do well at Chelsea. So, but big up to you, match host, Trends TV. Always nice to have you join the show here. Yes, people keep dropping the likes on the stream. We have 26 likes, but we should be doing better than that. The more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered. And yeah, the more people would have joined us on the show here, and it'd be more enjoyable. So yeah, let's look at it. The votes are on. That's where we usually like to start. While I wait for your response on what do you think will be, what do you think will happen on the day, and why you think that will be the case, I'm going to vote here. Who will win? Let's see. It's this doesn't differ from what we've seen of late in any way. I think nearly the same with regards to 63% believing that Manchester United will beat us, 10% believing that the game will end in a draw, and 27% believing that Chelsea will beat Manchester United. That's how bad things are. That's how bad we've been. This season. Even our own fans don't believe we're capable of winning games. But yeah, I am the same. I've been for a while now. When you ask me what I think the outcome of a Chelsea game would be, I usually, don't give answers because I'm not too sure. None of us can be too sure of what to expect from the current Chelsea team, especially under the interim manager. So I don't blame anybody. So yeah, I'm waiting for you. What do you think will happen, and why do you think that's the case? Don't just give me a number. Just not give me what do you think that will be the outcome. I want you to elaborate. I want you to explain why you think that will be the case. I want to see that. Let's see what else we have here. The beautiful game says Neymar has played 20 games this season on a salary of 87,000 pounds per day. That's a lot of money. That's nearly £1 million per week. Wow, per day. He doesn't usually play more than that. That's why he hardly stays fit. So I'm not sure the obsession of that is if we're to believe the rumors that our owners are bent on signing Neymar. I'm not sure the obsession with him. He'd just be a luxury signing, and given the intensity of the Premier League, I don't think he would actually get him to play up to 20 games for us because the pace of the Premier League will mean he will get injured more often than his than his time at PSG. So I still don't believe there's any truth to that. I'm just going to take it with a pinch of salt and move on from that topic. But yeah, you make it sense. He happily stays with Manchester United 5, Chelsea 0. Josie Agbo, you explain why do you think that would be the case? I really would like to hear that from you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 29 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes. Let's make it happen. We have to get it to 100 as soon as possible. Customary 0-0. And you can say that has been, yeah, our games with Manchester United of late, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all draws. And I'm sure if I extend it, chances are it's been quite a lot of draws. Okay, the last time we beat them 3-1 at Old Trafford, FA Cup game, and the other one they beat us 2-0. So, but let's say stick with the last 5 games. It's been all draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're correct. 0-0 Premier League game October 24th, 2020. 0-0 also February 28, 2021. 1-1 draw at the beach. November 28, 2021. 1-1 draw. April 28th, yeah, 2022, and 1-1 draw also October 22. Even on the ground Potter, we did get a draw from them. So it's looking like it could end up being another draw. So it's customary, really. So yeah, I believe you. It's customary, so it may well end up in a 0-0 draw. I'm shocked you're not saying that they're going to mop the floor with us. It looks like you don't think they're in good form also. But we'll look at the team form in a bit. Portugal not signed Neymar, but let's start once to sell shirts to balance the books. The only way I see Neymar coming is that they allow Poch to do all the transfers with the exception of Neymar. Like I said, let's not believe that story. It's coming from a French news outlet plus one other outlet that I do not know that much. I do not know at all, actually. So I'm not bothered by that because it's a signing that wouldn't make any sort of sense. Good day, Coach. Longest time. Yeah, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. But thank you for that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're at 29 likes. We should be doing better than that. Remember, we're shooting for 200 likes, and yeah, that's not going to be possible at the pace at the pace at which we're going. And if you're a moderator, you're in the chat, please keep reminding people to keep dropping the likes on the stream so that I can talk less and less of that about that and keep hosting the show. Chelsea will win, says Eric, and tell us why you think Chelsea will beat United. I really do want to know. Big up to you too, Chelsea, all the way. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Chelsea 2, United 0. Okay, and why do you think we'll be able to beat them? If that happens, I take it. All draws, but with Lampard, I cannot see a draw. United win. Wow. You don't trust him that much. But I understand where you're coming from. I feel the same too. He's disappointed me. Even though I felt like I can see what he's trying to do, but probably needs just a little adjustment to get it to work. It turns out I've been wasting my time believing that sometime what he's trying to do will click for him and we'll see that he's capable of really doing it. I think, yeah. But I'm going to move on from that. And it's here okay. Jerry Z says, I'm not an expert with CS correct score, but I can say with assurance that Chelsea will beat United. Okay, I will remember you said that, and hopefully that on the day that will be the outcome. And yeah, I'll most definitely reach out to you and say thank you. You were correct, Coach. The result is always the same, whether either club is having a phenomenal season or the worst season in their history. If we score, they score. If we don't score, neither will they. Yeah, I think it's a solid argument, a concerning one at that. But I hope that changes this time. Even if, again, I hope we're not on the losing side. I hope we're the team to win. I hope but let's see what happens. Good morning, my Chelsea family. He says good morning to you too. Chadrick Ibans, Mike, Jamaican bro. Big up to you. I hope you're doing well. 30 likes, people. Let's get the likes up and try to get to 100 and then 200 as soon as possible. Thank you so much for always finding the time to join the show. So let's move on. We've looked at the poll, which 63% believes that United will beat Chelsea. 10% believes that it will end in a draw. And 27% believes that Chelsea will beat United. Not surprised at all because a lot of people don't trust Chelsea to get results. Here we have injured and suspended players. None of in our cases suspension, none at all. All of them are all injured. We have Reece James, a hamstring injury early June, so not going to be available for this game. N'Golo Kante, muscle injury, doubtful. So there's a chance Kante plays. There's a chance Kante plays that game because Frank Lampard would want to win that one, even if he ends up losing that of Newcastle. But I think Kante comes in since he's just saying he's doubtful right now. Mason Mount hip injury early June, so he's not going to be available. Marcus Bettinelli, he's out. Mark Cucurella, early June, so he's not going to be available. Benoit Badiashile, that's a lie from what we're hearing. This says a knock a few days. Nope, it turns out he's going to be probably miss the start of the coming 23-24 season. Ben Chilwell, except if that's really the case, and we don't know, but I don't trust it because, what we're hearing is that he's going to be out for a while. Ben Chilwell hamstring injury early June. Amanda Broya, we knew before time he wasn't going to play a part in this season. So hopefully, August, I think he had a setback. Yeah, I heard he had a setback, but August isn't really bad. Hopefully he recovered in time. And the Bluetooth game says if I had to bet on this game, I would say a Chelsea win. Why? Because the game means absolutely nothing, and Frank is shameless like that. He shocked me. I have to say, especially with his selection in the last game against Manchester City, I was shocked. I was expecting Nono Madrid to start. I was expecting Mihailo Mudryk to start to exploit the spaces we know that we'll most likely see against a team as Man City. But apparently, Frank is not, maybe probably don't know how Man City plays. Edwin Muchandiana, Chelsea will win, and tell us why you think Chelsea will win the game. I want to hear from you. The reason why Man United will win is they are phenomenal in their home this season. Really? Really? Maybe I've not been paying attention. Good morning to you too, Christian Norton. Thank you for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate you. Lampard intended to protect his legacy by winning games, but has been doing the reverse. But has actually not doing the right things to win the game. You could argue, especially in the game against Man City. I'm not sure what to make of that selection, especially in the attacking area. I get it. The midfield, he didn't have too many options. In the defensive area, he didn't have too many options either. But in the attacking area, attacking phase, he could have done things differently. But he did what Frank does. Coach, I told my Man City friends when Lambs lost 5 out of 5 first games, the Lambs will beat Ten Hag. Okay, let's see if that happens. He has to, otherwise it gets worse for him. His resume will not be anything to present to any potential club that would like to hire him. They don't even need to actually see his resume because the records are public. It's not like a paper resume. But I hope you understand. For lack of a better way to get my point across, I hope you understand what I mean. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Thank you so much. Let me see something here. He says his legacy is losing, so he's doing very well for Everton. Big up to you, Santiago Muno. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate you so much. Let's look at the injured player from Manchester United. They have Tom Heaton, Phil Jones. These are not. They're not missing. They're not missing important players actually. Marcel Sabitzer and Lisandro Martinez. So Donny van der Beek. When was the last time he actually played for them? They've been doing well without these guys, if you ask me. So for them, they have a full squad. They have a full house. It is my pleasure. I love being here. You have a very interactive program. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is the brand of the channel. Everything is interactive, and that's why it's difficult to actually I'm not sure how to phrase it to come across effectively or to uh, get my point across effectively. That's why we're struggling to cope with the membership thing. But I know how to do it. I'll change the membership thing, and then if people can afford a level where, yeah, they get exclusive content at least once a week, then so be it. But for the basics, nothing exclusive, yeah, so that the channel be able to maintain its brand to an acceptable level, which is keeping it interactive as usual, no matter who you are. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. I keep dropping the likes on the stream. We're 31 likes. Remember, we are shooting for 200 likes, and we're not even at 100 yet. So please, let's keep beefing up the likes. And this says, Coach, this is heaven on earth. I wouldn't go to the extent of saying that, but thank you for taking the time to say that. I don't like being praised that much. I have to be honest with you. But thank you. Praise the community, not an individual. We are a community. Big up to you too, Keshawn, the New York guy. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show, bro. Thank you so much. Much love to you. And he says here, while you are there, a subscriber to Soccer Perspective. That is a sister channel where we cover all clubs, not just Chelsea Football Club. As the name implies, Soccer Perspective, it's all about football, international football, and everything football there. But we're still trying to recruit more panelists, the expats, other club experts. Let me just phrase it like that. Other clubs experts, not just a Chelsea experts, if that makes sense. Yep, thank you so much. And here we have Emmanuel Obedin says, I don't think a Chelsea can beat a United. They have a better form. They are in better form. And sometimes our players play like they are forced to play. I don't trust Lampard's tactics. But hey, anything can happen. It's football. 1+1 doesn't always equate to 2 in football, if that makes sense. Yeah, become a member if you can afford it. It's $2.99. It helps us with a monthly program for students called Stay in School. And I think the Bluetooth again, please do remind me, brother, let's do that giveaway tomorrow. It wasn't announced today, so we're not going to do it today. Had it been announced earlier, I would have thought we would have gone ahead and do it today, but no, that's not the case. But that's by the way, we'll move on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Coach, the brightness in your room is perfect today. I hope it shines on lamps as well. Here's the thing. I hope we'll beat United. I get it. There's nothing to lose. But let him do whatever he believes he has to do for us to get take all 3 points from Manchester United. Even though it doesn't make any difference, maybe he will help us. Climb up the table a bit. But since he hasn't, he's shown that he's not prioritizing giving the young players a chance to prepare them for the coming season, or games that be a confident booster for those young players. His priority is to polish his resume, as I've argued before. And believe me, I strongly believe that's the case. What's your thoughts on the Vini situation? It's concerning. But the good thing is that once the opposing club, they are considering actions to be taken to those that were responsible. And one of the penalties, punishments, will be lifetime stadium ban. I heard. I read something to that effect. And also, Real Madrid has filed. What's the term they use? I think racial discrimination complaint or so. And 2 people have been arrested as they used a noose on a bridge to hang Vinicius. I'm not well acquainted with the story. So they're taking good action, but I think they need to do even more. But yeah, hopefully we'll find time to discuss that topic in detail on Soccer Perspective and have all the club panelists from all the clubs, join the conversation. Yeah, Vini's situation is disgusting and vile. It is, and it's the argument. I think I'm hearing that La Liga, they haven't handled racism quite well over there, and hopefully they start doing that. It is concerning, really. It shouldn't have a place in football, in a beautiful game, or beautiful game if you prefer. But I've gotten used to say the beautiful game, the beautiful round leather game, like Nigerians would say. It shouldn't have a place. It shouldn't be given the opportunity. I think if they've been punishing people well enough, I think people will fear doing anything. Uh, doing behaving in such manners, but because they've not been punishing them enough, some people just take the heat. They know already what the punishment is going to be. They just do it and get away with it, if that makes sense. So we move on from that. Let's look at the team's current form. Head to head, it says 13 draws in total. I'm not shocked. I think, yeah, like the beautiful game explained, when we play United, it doesn't matter the form of either team. What happens is that if we score first, they equalize. If they score first, we equalize. If one team does score, the other team does score. It just ends like that. 13 draws, 12 wins for them. They have one over us and 11 wins for us. Yeah, head to head, I think they beat us because they have one more than us. And let's see, team's current form. I think I'll let this just let me reduce this a bit. Here's the thing: the truth remains, nearly every team in the Premier League is in a better form than us. And honestly, I took time to just reflect on how bad we've been the entire season, and I'm shocked. I just don't believe how we're able, to survive relegation. Because there was a time where we were in 11, was it 10th position or 11th position for 10 years? Of course, I'm exaggerating, but you understand what I mean. We were there for the longest time, and we were lucky that those teams below us were equally bad at the point. Had they been winning their games, honestly, chances are we'd be relegated even before we have 5 games left to go. Honestly, because we were in 10th, was it in 10th position for the longest of period than any other team. We were losing games and still remained in the currently, even was it 10th place or 11th place? That showed you how we were lucky that the teams below us on the table, in the table, were equally bad, or you could say worse off. They were worse than we were. Had that not been the case, I don't think would be I think by now we'd be planning on how to come back up to the Premier League in 24-25, if that makes sense. Uh, so I couldn't believe it really that we were that bad. But yeah, so nearly every team in the Premier League this season were in a better form than us. Yeah, except of course the already relegated team, and it just I just couldn't believe it. And look for how long we've gotten just a win, yeah, and one draw. It could have been worse, really. And for United, you can say even though they've lost 2 games in 5, they've been in better form than us. Uh, that's I just I'm still in shock how we're able, to survive relegation, if that makes sense. Let's see what else we have here. I've been to Spain 3 times and have experienced the same every time. Sorry to say, you don't have to be sorry to say that. We have to say, state the fact. Racism is a concerning thing, and it's gotten worse. For some reason, I don't want to start talking about it right here. It's gotten worse globally. They are emboldened even more for some reason. But yeah, we're not here to talk politics because if I start explaining why I think that's the case, it will lead to politics. But let's just move on and talk football. But racism shouldn't have a place in our beautiful game. The game you could argue, you could say the most that unifies the world the most. Nothing unifies the world as football. No other game. There are other sports, but nothing unifies the world like football. If that makes sense, they should deduct 6 points anytime that happens, and racism will stop in stadiums. That's a good suggestion, but it creates lots of problems. There's no way to tie the individual whoever does that to the club that they're there to support, which it just doesn't. It creates a lot of problems. I think what will happen is the club that the player is the individual is there to support has to take action. Uh, it has to be the one to hand the penalties, or maybe hand the penalties, and then the FA of that particular country has they also have to do something. And I mean, there are ways to handle this, and then people will fear indulging in such behavior. Uh, and then we can see maybe stamp out racism, which I doubt is possible, stamp it out from the game, but maybe to a considerable measure that we can say, yes, I think we're beating them. But yeah, you get my point. I am going to Barcelona in September to do my PhD. Wow. Wow. I love education so much. And again, good luck to you. I hope it goes well. And I think you would do well because you sound like a smart guy. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. I don't know how we're going to get to 200 likes if we're still just at 35 votes and we're shooting for 200 likes. Do you think that will happen? I'm not too sure. So let's look at it here. Wow. Yeah. Every team's top scorer is better than our top scorer. In the case of Man City, Haaland has 36 goals, and Chelsea as a club has 36 goals in total, and that's shameless, really. But yeah, for Man United, average foot mob rating for Rashford, who is their United's top scorer, is 16 goals. Kai Havertz has 7 goals, 1 assist for Kai Havertz, 5 assists for Marcus Rashford. He's in better form, obviously, and they've all both played 33 games apiece, which means he's been the better player this season for the two clubs. So let's look at the insights, the interesting aspect of the whole thing, and why that is going on. I'll keep paying attention to see if there's anything new for us to discuss in the news. If not, we'll continue, canceling out the items we have here by discussing them. I'm not seeing anything new, but if you see anything new that you think we should talk about, please do let me know. And I sincerely do appreciate that. Okay, the insights. The insights here ranked 9th in goals scored per match. They average 1.4 goals per match. And yeah, ranked 17th. We were actually 16th, so it's gotten worse for us. In goals scored per match, 1 goal per match. It's been an embarrassing season, really. Just 1 second, let me say big up to this bro right here. Big up Brianni Yahayu, aka 343 Dynamo, aka Vival FC, aka Contender FC. Big up to you, brother. Always nice to see you, and thank you for finding the time to join the show. Sincerely do appreciate that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We're 36 likes. Remember, we're shooting for 200. It doesn't look like it's going to happen today, but we can actually make it happen. And for those of you in the chat, please, in the chat, once the game we're done with the show, we have lots of good, excellent, you can say excellent YouTube shorts to watch. Please take your time, watch a few of them, and drop likes on them to help us reach more people. Yeah, big up. Always nice to see you, Rahayu. And it says, I am surprised Coachella is surprised by Chelsea's form. Now you're sounding like a rapper, right? Here's the thing. I'm just saying, I've always known that we've been bad, but I took my time to reflect on the season and how bad we've been. And to be honest, yeah, again, I'm repeating myself. I was shocked how we're not relegated. That shocked me, really, if we're being honest. But yeah, I get it. I like that one too. United can actually afford to lose their final 2 games because they are on 69 points in 36 games, while Liverpool are 66 points in 37 games. Just 1 more game to go for Liverpool. United have a far superior goal difference. Wow. Okay. So it makes sense. And Newcastle, by the way, will be playing in the Champions League the coming season. They need a point. Liverpool goal difference is superior. Okay, so they need a point or 2. Oh yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I should have just opened the table here. Bro, if I'm not wrong, Liverpool goal difference is plus 28, and United's okay. Yeah, so and he's corrected that himself. Please, Eric Ten Hag, please play Maguire, please. I don't think, I don't think they play Maguire. I think he's on the market actually. I think they put him up for sale. Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, and I just can't never forget when we were linked with a move for Harry Maguire. I didn't believe that. I knew it was all nonsense. But that's why the way keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We have 37 likes. If we're gonna get to 300, we should be at least a 50 likes right now, and not just 37 likes. The off season, will be much more interesting than the season has been. For what reason? I'd like you to elaborate, Thomas Bates. Please elaborate. And hopefully, like Raha, you have said, Contender FC, hopefully with Harry Maguire start. But has he actually? I think he's actually had good games against Chelsea. Um, maybe that's something Roger will know. For me, I do not know. But Roger, big up to you. More importantly, always nice to have you on the panel here, our brother. How have you been?
Good afternoon / good morning, sir.
Right.
So as they say. Um, I apologize. I just started to listen to the show, so I missed the first hour. So I'm not sure whether I just caught the
No, it
last
was
five.
just covering some news items,
Yeah,
but we're still going to talk about players. Once we finish the match review, we're still going to talk
sure.
about Mason
I
Mount.
I
Yeah,
just
and
caught
other. Yeah, go ahead.
I just caught the back end of you talking with some other people in the chat talking about the really unfortunate is an insult. The
Mhm.
shocking.
Oh, Vinicius.
Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just briefly just talk about this for 1 second, if I may?
No, you
Um,
cannot.
oh, okay. So let's talk about the weather.
Go ahead, brother.
No. He's so young. When I look at him, I look. He looks like he's 17, 18, 16 even. He's so young looking. And listen, there's good and bad in every race, sex, color, creed, religion, etc. But and you're right. This is a very galvanizing sport. This sport, football / soccer, it bonds people. This that was for you, by the way. This and I would
I
say
know.
this in the Olympics, right? But the Olympics is an amalgamation of sports. So listen, I think it's disgusting. I think it's more than
It is.
disgusting. It's because
It is.
I'm not being ageist here, but because of his age, this has a serious impact on him psychologically. Now, if you have
Yeah.
someone like who's 30, 35, like Silver for us, not that it means any less, but he would be able to
But
process it
the strength, or you can say the mental strength to deal with it,
of the character.
because
Yeah,
yeah,
because
yeah.
how old is Vinicius? Early 20s, 21 maybe, give or take a month.
Let me check. I think it's beyond 21 now, but go ahead.
Yeah, but he's okay. But
Well, he's
he's in
still
his.
very young.
Yeah, compared to, let's say, a 35-year-old to a 40-year-old, they can process this differently, and they've been around the block. For someone of this youth, it must be debilitating. I just want to say, at Angelo Angelotti, I mean, the way I believe in his press conference, he didn't want to speak about the game. He wanted to speak about the racism, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't heard the press conference, but
Hmm.
I heard the back end on. I think Sky Sports was talking about it. I think that's very noble of him. And what I wanted to say about this was, I'm not sure about the players' union in UEFA, but if UEFA or the domestic league, like the Premier League or the Serie A, etc., if these executives aren't willing to address it in a more substantive manner, then the players should go on strike, and so should the managers. It's like, okay, you want football? Okay, we'll play our under. The big difference, the drop off in talent between the top 5 to 7 teams in each league is huge for the most part. And it's
Hmm.
like, can you imagine if all the players went on strike, then you'd have like B team players. Then they have to. You have to have the crowd accountable. You're going to have better security. You deduct points, and these people that are caught doing these racism chants or whatever they're doing, then you need to prosecute them and either put them through some sort of like a 1-year ban or a lifetime ban, coach. It needs to
Yeah,
be
that's what
stamped out.
the opposition team wants to do. They've lined up punishment, and that's it. That includes a lifetime ban. And there's also, I think, there's actually another incident outside the stadium where
Oh,
somebody
really?
using a noose. I'm not sure how that happened. So I'm not just going to talk
No.
about it since I'm not well acquainted with the story. Here's the thing: there's something you did talk about with regards to the age of the player in question and
Yes, it's
the mental strength to deal with it. For instance, I remember, I think it was Alvarez, the right back, the former Brazilian
sure.
international, who recently returned to also Barcelona when they were having issues. Is it Dani Alvarez? I think that's his name, right? The
Yeah,
right
yeah,
back.
yeah. Yes.
You can say he's. I don't know if he's if that's the truth,
I
but I
think
think he
he's
looks
right
like
back.
he's the guy. Yeah, right back. He's the guy that provided Messi with the most assists when he was at Barcelona. That's what I
Yeah.
think, but that may not be correct. How he dealt with it, they threw a banana to him. I think it was
Yes.
him, and
I
he picked it
remember
up and
this.
started eating it.
Yes, I remember this.
So that shows you the difference in mentality. But
It's,
it shouldn't be happening at all.
no, no,
And I'm
li-
glad
li-
you wanted to talk about it.
yeah, listen,
Yeah.
coach, I'm old enough to remember in 1969 we put a man on the moon. Well, we're a very advanced species. And the fact that this behavior still exists is quite sickening. It's
Hmm.
we're not in the medieval times.
No, we're not. No.
We're an advanced species,
Yeah, and
and
like
yet
I
we
said, there's a reason. I think for the past 2 3 years, there's a reason it's on the rise again, and I don't want to get into it because
yeah
it'll
yeah
drag us
and it's
into
politics. Yeah,
politics.
and
And that's
I
it's
don't
a global thing. It's not
yeah
specific to a
yeah
particular country. It's a
exactly.
global thing right now.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
just homogenous to Spain. It's every country has good and bad people. Everywhere does, and it's
Mm.
like it needs to be stamped out everywhere. I'm not talking about Spain specifically. I'm talking about
Unfortunately,
everywhere.
it cannot be stamped out entirely.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not naive enough
Yeah,
to believe that either.
maybe
But
curtail.
exactly, it's
Hmm.
to the point. And don't forget, a lot of these football stadiums, there are young kids there. Their parents bring, or their uncles, or whatever, bring these 5, 6, 7-year-olds, and they're exposed to this coach.
Yeah.
It's it's. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but the clubs need to address it. The players and the coaches need to address it. Walk
Yeah.
off. If this
Yeah,
happens,
I think
walk
Richard,
off.
let me, if you're interested, I really want to schedule a show
Yeah,
on
yeah,
a soccer perspective, and we have to bring
sure.
in a
I
panelist
just
from
yes.
all the
Coach, can I
clubs, so
just
we
say
can talk
something?
about it.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, the players and the coaches should just walk off. If it happens in the first minute or the 90th minute, and you know what? No, you don't get to have the privilege of watching us play. You forfeited that. And so the players walk off. And you know what?
hmm
There needs to be studies made, and there needs to be punishment towards the clubs if they're not doing enough, and indeed towards the organisations like UEFA or the Premier League, or whatever. They need to they need to stamp it out as much as they can, and they need to
yeah.
start now. We shouldn't even be having this conversation,
No, we
Coach.
shouldn't. We shouldn't. Unfortunately, it is where we find ourselves in
Yeah,
world
I just
football
feel
right
so
now.
sorry for him. It's like,
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to talk about it in my case, but
yeah,
I know how it feels.
sure,
Yeah, but that's I think we'll have to
yeah.
schedule a show on soccer perspective and get panelists from other clubs
I
in
think
for us
that's
so
a
we
really
talk
good
about
idea.
yeah, so we talk about it at length. The off season will be much more interesting than the season has been, and I want to know why. If you can elaborate, Maguire has that Arsenal in him, bottle job expert, and the memes. The memes are so delicious to watch. Memes with Harry Maguire, where De Gea will be between the sticks, doing all he can to stop the ball from getting into the back of the net, and then they will show Maguire handing a key to the opposition player and said, "Here's the key."
But
It's
hey,
just,
Coach, can I just say
yeah,
something though? If you look at our centre backs, you've got Badiashile, Silva, Koulibaly, every one of our centre backs, you would put ahead of this player, this Man United player. Do you agree?
yeah, all of them starts
But
ahead of him. The lapses in concentration.
Sure,
I think it's something extraordinary in his
sure,
case.
sure. But I just want to say one thing, and it's not because he's English, but he is superior to any one of our centre backs, aerially speaking, either defensively or especially offensively. He
No, he's good
scores.
aerially.
Yeah,
You
he's
can't take that away from him. He's
so
good
you know what?
aerially. Yeah.
Do you know what his nickname is in the England team? I believe it was given by the number 9 from Leicester. They call him Slabhead because of his forehead so big, and it's meant in an affectionate manner, Slabhead, and it's because he gets his head on the ball. You know, as bad as he is, he's still better than any of our centre backs at scoring aerially.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Let me
how
catch up with
bad
what.
we've
Yeah.
been.
Yeah, let me catch up what we have in the chat. I'm sure we'll have some response with some responses in the chat with regards to the racism we're talking about. Then after that,
Yeah.
I'll ask you a question with regards
Sorry,
to the
coach.
upcoming game. Coach, what's your thoughts with the bald coach population increasing in the Premier League? I'm not, I'm not sure what to make of that. How many of them are there right now?
Yeah, you can say that's stress related.
Even if you come with a full hair,
Yeah,
the stress will get you
you
to lose all your hair.
you be Kojak the
Oh
next
my
week.
gosh, that's unbelievable.
That's a funny statement.
Maguire should be arrested for assault. One started Bashawalia. Yeah, I know that. 2 headbutts
Oh,
and some chokeholds. Lots of chokeholds actually. I think I don't know how he gets away with that, but it's not up to me to judge. I think lots of so you could say serious fouls that are very dangerous. I'm not
the
sure
the
how
dark arts, right?
the dark arts. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's dangerous actually, especially the chokehold ones. But I'm gonna move away from it. Lampard's win will make things spicy for the top 4
Yes.
race on the last day of the season. Maybe he should do that. But do I trust him to do the right thing to win? I don't trust him really. Unfortunately, I don't trust him. I don't trust the players either. That if we get chances, we'll put it away. Coach, I heard a start, and I could be wrong, but 8 out of the 10 racist incidents in La Liga were involving Vivi. Absolutely disgusting. He should come to Chelsea. Um, Maybe we should try, but it just looked like as if we're exploiting the situation, and that's not okay.
Yeah.
That will not be. I don't think that will mean we're not going to have a good relationship with the Real Madrid hierarchy. But already looks like we'll have a good relationship with them. I don't think we should be doing that. If anything, Chelsea has been one of the most outspoken Premier League clubs with regards to the racism issue, especially under Roman Abramovich. I don't know if that has changed. Probably because our history, we had issues with that.
Yeah, and don't forget, Abramovich was Jewish too, and so there was a big thing on anti-Semitic behavior.
Semitism, yeah.
Yeah.
The clubs are big on that too. So yeah, let me catch up with what we
And
have in the chat.
rightfully
Let's get
so.
Yeah, rightfully so. Yeah, let's get back to the match review. Yeah. Hello, Choma. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate that. Are you still in Texas? Probably you run home the moment you get this, you get a chance to go home because you were complaining about the heat.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a societal problem and one problem that will never go away. And all we can do is curtail it. All we can do is show that it's not acceptable. Then we'll see. Then they will not be emboldened as they are right now. It's an unfortunate situation, but we should be doing better as a society. Danny Alvarez, yeah, not Alvarez. Alvarez is how it's pronounced. Yeah, I think they threw a banana at him and he ate it. And for me, the person that threw that banana, I think he's gonna regret it because it didn't work. When someone needs a blood or organ donor, they don't look at yeah, talk about that. You think they care?
Yeah.
They don't care. They just want to be alive at that point. Yeah, that's something to talk. Yeah, they don't care about the skin color. Unfortunately, yeah, that's what we live on. We live in selfishness. Comes into play at the point because they want. It's just like somebody that's dying and wants to leave. Even they take the most racist person will accept treatment from colors they despise, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, Let me see what else response to that. Choma, Joseph, if I call a paramedic, I don't care what color. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, to say they want to leave. That's just the truth. By doing this, we are dealing with racism, or we are just covering it up, and it would still exist. Just where it can affect you, like cannot get a job. Oh, sometimes, yeah, it those things that I just don't want to talk too much about it. More jail time, etc. Like in America, it depends on how. Some states have actually passed laws that you can actually you can get away with stuff like that. I am back home finally on my way to work now. Okay, Choma, glad you made it back home safely. Yeah, I knew you'd yeah, you'd bail the moment the slightest you get a chance to leave. Coach, that was an inflatable banana in the stands at the City game. I was shocked. Really? Why? What's that for? What
Yeah,
does that signify?
there was multiple. I'm not sure. I didn't get it either. I don't think it
So
has any. I could be wrong. I don't think it has any racist tones because you had kids waving them. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm being naive, but I did notice that on the TV.
but it does leave room for interpretation.
Yeah, no, yes. It made me think, and with my small brain, you know,
Mhm.
yeah, I thought I was like, what the fudge? Double fudge with cream on top. Yeah, it didn't make sense to me because it
So
has a
maybe
very
that's it's for again. It's supposed again. It's symbolic to something that, but they should have made that clear, not
yeah,
to
it
avoid
has a
leaving room
negative
for.
connotation. Whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
So
if if it is symbolic, then educate the public, those that are watching, that that's the reason for it. Even have the commentators talk about it. That way, you eliminate the room for people to
interpretation.
interpret, to take it and run with it. And
Yeah.
we're allowed to. If you don't explain, then yeah, it's up to me to come up with what I think you mean. Off topic, but coach, you should listen to all my live by Lil Doc. Okay, I will. I will. I like good music, so I will. But thank you so much for mentioning that. Hopefully, I don't forget. Lil Doc. Okay. I don't need Maguire. No, you need him. Did you see that comment? He said. He says, no, 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 I don't need Maguire. Here's the thing. Let me talk about it. Why I nearly threw up when we were linked with a move for him was when I saw a Ghanaian, should I say congressman or senator, in a serious meeting in a country in Ghana, mentioning how Maguire plays against his own team. That is, he was using that analogy to describe how badly a fellow congressman has performed. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
I'm
What a
serious. Ask those in the chat. In Ghana,
what an analogy. You could have brought up so many other different kinds of analogy in the world, and you bring up that's funny. That's
yeah, and that's in a seat where they were discussing matters that affected, that affects
that's
the country Ghana, and he brought up
yeah.
Harry Maguire, using
That,
him as an analogy for a fellow lawmaker, saying he's working against the country. He
that's
mentioned, I
amazing.
think I have to find it and share it with you. Wait, I'm serious. It's not a joke. But that's, by the way. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. We're just at 40 likes. We're shooting for 200 likes. Is that possible? Now we're just still stuck in 40. We should be doing better than that, people. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Sadly, it's been an issue in La Liga. They just tried to sweep it under the rug. Uh,
It's not just
go
La Liga; it's
so many
everywhere.
times.
Yeah.
It's everywhere, yeah. It's everywhere. Yeah. Yes,
I
people.
don't want this
Go
to
ahead.
be about just La Liga, even though, of course, they're in the news lately. But it happens in every league, in every country, in every sport, probably.
Yeah.
It needs to be that the players, the league officials, the managers, whomever, they all need to. They there needs to be a workaround, and it has to be collectively, I dare say.
It has to be. It
And
has
it
to be.
needs
I mean, it's something. I think it's something that we have to work together to,
whatever
to
we're
make
doing.
to make a sizable progress. Yeah, go
Coach,
ahead.
whatever we have done historically in the past to stamp this out, or what we're doing now, obviously isn't working. or not
It
till
just
you
here's the thing. I'm still going to say this, but I will try the best I can not
sure.
to get into it. It just looked as if at one point the whole world just hit the reset button,
Yes.
and it got worse of late. But
Yeah,
that's yeah.
all I want to say is that they need to look in the mirror and say, listen, have we done enough? Could we do better? And the answer is obviously yes, you can do better.
We can actually, yeah,
Yeah.
way better. Yeah. This says like and share the stream on all your platforms. Proper topics and debates. Thank you so much for taking the time to say that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Just 40 likes, and we need just a few more to get it up to 50 and shoot for 100. Roger, question for you: how do you see Lampard setting the team up for the game against United, and do you see the players that will stay next season play the game? Wow. Okay,
I
Roger, I'm
would
glad
hope
you're the one
so.
who's asked you this question.
I would really hope so, Jerry. I really would. Because if not, then you're defeating the purpose. Injuries aside, of course. You know, if obviously we have a few players out that you can't play, but the ones that are healthy, like a Madueke, like a Mudaric, these
Hmm.
players should be starting. You know, unless they're not healthy or match fit, etc. If they're able to play, they should be starting. And my only worry is that Enzo has started, I think, every game since he's come from the transfer and arrived, and I'm just worried that we're overplaying him, and that's where you have muscle injuries because of overstraining. But then again, the gap between games is quite healthy now. But you know, yes, I agree. I would listen. This is no disrespect to Ziyech, but there's an immensely strong possibility he's not going to be here this year. So I don't want to see him on the pitch unless he says I want to stay next year. The players that you,
Except if he's staying and we don't know.
yes, of course, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there's internal discussion and he's being used and it's because he's staying, I have no problem with that. But other than that, I would like to see an emphasis on the youth going forward. Not to the extent that we're playing everyone with youth. You do need leadership and experience in every department. I get that. But we do need to put an emphasis on building chemistry. Listen, coach, as I said before, the last 5, 6 games of the season, probably more than that, is basically a pre-season, and it should be utilized as such.
But we
Not
knew before time that Frank
yes,
would most likely focus on winning games and not giving the young players a chance.
yeah, yes,
He's going to pick players that he believes will help him win, get a win or two. That which means most likely he's going to pick the more experienced players,
yeah. He's a
and,
lame
and
duck
that's it. And that's
manager.
exactly what's happening. So we were correct.
Yeah, and this is why I wanted, even though it wasn't going to happen, this is why I wanted, let's say, hypothetically, Poch to have come in immediately, because guess what? He would have had authority. Players would have looked up to him differently than they would at a lame duck manager, whoever it
And
was.
then preseason starts immediately.
Yes, it's like, so you've wasted X amount of games in the latter part of the season that we could have utilized
Mm.
as an elongated preseason to build chemistry, to build an ethos, to build a relationship on the pitch that takes time. And by the way, these are not friendly games where they're played at walking speed. These are games that are played at intensity, with intensity and at an intense pace, and therefore you can't duplicate that in pre-season. So this was, in my opinion, this was a huge miss on the executives'
It
part.
was.
In my opinion, I mean, I could
Yeah.
be
No, no,
wrong.
but yeah, I like the disclaimer. That's what
No,
we are for it. Yeah.
but it's so true.
Um,
I find it incredulous, actually.
yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, good question there, and Roger have answered that, so I appreciate you asking that question. It's in every league, yeah, every sport, every endeavor, not just sport. Unfortunately, happens a lot more in Syria. Oh, yep, I remember. What's the former Man City player, Mario Balotelli? Not just him,
Oh yeah,
Osimhen too. I think as Osimhen, I think he's had a case too. But there are other players I'm trying to remember who's had that issue too. It happens quite a lot there. Unfortunately, it's something we cannot really, you know, you can say we just have to try and curtail it. But it's gotten worse of late. They're emboldened for reasons I don't want to talk about because it would drag us into politics.
yeah.
So yeah, people keep dropping the likes on the stream. If you haven't, the likes to go along with. We're 41 likes. I don't know. You tell me if that's how we're gonna get to 200 likes today. We haven't even gotten to 50. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes to go a long way. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Wally Waldo, I was more focused on your comments, not paying attention. That was you, my friend Wally Waldo, and I will never stop thanking you for gifting people in the chat on the last time a membership for free. I think that helped boost the number of members we have right now. I sincerely do appreciate it. And by the way, congratulations to Arts. I think I got a notice we've reached 2 million views, and that's not easy.
Really?
The higher the numbers goes, numbers go, the more the channel grows, the more YouTube will recognize this is a community, and let's keep pushing their content. So yeah, thank you so much. Keep
Congratulations,
dropping the
bro.
likes. Sorry, you were saying something?
Congratulations. That's
To all of
incredible.
us. To all of us, yes, we're growing. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And hopefully, because it's a very busy period for me due to my doctoral program and other stuff, I'll get a co-host that will keep things going even in my absence. That will really make me happy. YouTube has happened, and it has led me not to achieve a lot of things, but I love doing it. Lazio fans has been probably the worst. You can't argue that. But Wally Waldo, more importantly, I hope you're doing well. Responding to Bluetooth game. Let me learn something here. Inflatables, okay, were often used by most clubs near end of season games. Last game of season at Aston Villa, everyone was dressed in shorts and Hawaiian shirts
Yeah.
with various inflatables. Okay, but the choice of banana give people the opportunity to, interpret it to or start being concerned. Points deductions after investigation would curtail it in football. At least I think you would, or maybe get clubs to be more serious on how they deal with those that indulge in such behavior. And Mark
Or even,
Cardozo,
or even,
Bamfordinho, I know you're still talking about the Ghanaian senator using Maguire as an analogy. Because you're not a moderator right now, I don't think you're able to share that link. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to play that because probably licensed somebody's YouTube. Go ahead. You were saying something, Roger.
yeah, I understand about the points. Even relegation, even suspended, whatever. It needs to be taken to the next level. I honestly believe that what we've done in the past has been obviously not enough. So this points deduction, I agree with, but it needs to be to the point where a team is going to be relegated or relegate them automatically.
Mm.
It needs to be extreme, is what I'm saying. It needs to be to the point where the owners of the club or the league, the executives, or even the players and the coaches needs to be the point where there is no alternative but to address it in a far more severe and productive way. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Spain has been in denial of racism yeah, for decades. I didn't know that. Wow, but I trust you, and I know you're very knowledgeable. Traditionally, it has a racist connotations, and so sensitivity is needed. Yep, yeah, yep. You must pay attention to what is being used, or maybe just put something more. Should I say disclaimer? A note saying this is just symbolic to this, to the other, and not so that people don't overthink it. Why keep Carney from the under 20 cup, then not starting? I couldn't believe that happening. And also, that reminds me of the case of when Porter did not allow, what's his name, to travel and go play for Jamaica, Omari Hutchinson, and
Yeah.
then end up dropping him on the bench. It just didn't make any sort of sense. A simple question: why are people racist? I need scientists to
Yeah.
help me there. It's something I don't know how to explain. I think, should I say, I don't know if indoctrination is the right term for it. It happens for multitude of reasons, lack of exposure, because sometimes I've seen people whose
Education.
parents, education also, again, poorly educated. I've seen cases where kids are from a racist family turn against them, refuse to be one of them, and accepted people of other colors and something like that. I've seen where that is the case actually. Nice to see you, Mongotini TV, do you own a YouTube channel? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind helping you promote your channel since you're a member of the community here. But welcome to the channel. How do you pronounce that again? Mongotini TV, welcome, and please enjoy yourself. I'm aware about its connotations. Thank you. I have attended many games. If there are many different inflatable, why single out one to have an agenda? Well, it's easy because you know why. I don't know how it's. I don't want to talk about that further. Really, Chelsea is going to be a mid-table team for 2 seasons. I don't think so. As long as we prioritize our signings in the summer, as long as we are strategic with our signings, I think we'll be all right. We just need a few signings here and there, at least 3 good players. Midfielder. To me, I will add one more, not just midfielder, also a midfielder. Number 9, the sort of number 9 at this point, I don't know. It's up to the incoming manager to decide. But we need a central attacking manager, attacking player. Somebody say that Enzo is that guy. So I argued on Twitter that we don't have that sort of players in the mold of Cesc Fabregas, capable of constantly producing clear-cut chances from the central area of the pitch. We don't have that now. We haven't had that since Cesc Fabregas. And somebody says Enzo is that guy, and I said no. Enzo is a deep line playmaker, and even if you play him closer to the final third, he's not going to be that guy for us. He's more effective when he starts from a deeper position. The most you can do with Enzo is just give him the independence to be more adventurous and not be, charged to be the more disciplined of the 2 6s if we're playing with 2 6s. I don't know if that makes a sense, Roger, if you want to come in with that.
Well, which player specifically?
I'm talking about people saying, he's saying, Francis saying, and Irad, nice to see you here. Thank you so much for joining, Irad. Francis saying we're going to be a mid-table team for 2 seasons. I said no. It depends on how.
I hope not.
If we do well in the transfer market and prioritize our signings and not just sign players. For instance, us being linked with Neymar, which I think is absolute horse doo-doo.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sort of sense. If that's what we're going to do, then we may well be mid-table team for a while. But if we're going to prioritize our signings, sign a defensive midfielder, sign a number 9. The profile of number 9 depends on the incoming manager, and then sign a central attacking midfielder who's capable of producing double digits in terms of chances created by the time the season ends. And Enzo isn't the guy. He's good, but he's a deep lying player, and he's more effective when he operates from the deep. So I want to get your thoughts. What do you make of that argument?
I think that you bring up some very valid points there. Also, listen, we have to. What has been our problem this year? A hugely overinflated squad is one thing, so we need to trim it down. No, we don't need to deplete the squad, but trim it down. We also need to, shall we say, address and fix the injury issues which have depleted us. We've been massively. I listened to a lot of the commentators versus City saying that they played their B team against us, but we're playing our B team also. There's many players that are missing. We're missing 8 players. I would say 9, but you can't really say 9 because a third-string goalkeeper is not a starter. But we still have a village of injured players as usual. 8. That's substantial, coach. So we have to fix that. Then we actually have to fix. We have to address the coaching. Get a good coach to install the philosophy, the ethos, and build it. But once these aforementioned issues have been addressed, you'll see an improvement. You really will. It's that simple. And you need a bit of fortune also, some good luck, which is something we haven't had. The fact that we are not clinical, the fact that we couldn't hit the side of a barn is disturbing. So hit
the butt of a cow with a handful of sand.
Yeah. So by the way,
a difficult target, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I just say something? When you saw Haaland come on, what was the one thing you noticed when he came on? It was the runs he made. His runs were so intelligent. And I didn't see any of that from any of our players all year.
Yeah, we don't make decisive runs, not at all.
No, none whatsoever. It's little things like this. So once you address these issues, you'll see an improvement. And You'll see us move up the table for sure. I have no doubt about that because of the quality of the squad. It's very talented. It's not just me. You listen to most experts around the TV on both sides of the pond. They will say our team, our squad, the depth, especially the young players, they're exceptionally talented.
Yeah, yeah. We just have to be very strategic in the market, not just sign players for the sake of it. And I'm sure they will do that.
Hear,
Try
hear.
going to Serbia or Croatia. I think I
Yeah,
understand. I understand what he means with that. If you think it's worse in Spain, you have to try out those places. Lukaku and Vini both ended up with red cards. Ironically, okay, yeah. Vini hasn't tried Italy yet. Yeah, okay, if you wanted to make a racist attack, then those idiots would throw real bananas at the targets. Yeah, I think I agree with you. But yeah, but still, we should be sensitive more. Teams should deduct 6 points for racism. I don't think it's that simple, just going straight to deducting points from teams. Maybe in cases where if they don't take actions or to address the
yes,
situation, that maybe that's when
exactly.
the FA comes in. Like
Yes.
and subscribe and share the content on your social media. It will help us grow further. Thank you so much for saying that, Jay Z. Now you're sounding like I'm referencing the rapper. Is Urate at 50 million still, or is that fair value or overpriced? I think it's a fair price, given how much players are going for. And here's the thing: I have to say this. That is just the price people are mentioning. You get the real price when you go to Sporting CP and say you want him. Enzo's market value at the time we paid 100 million plus, or how much for him, was actually 40 plus. That was his market value and transfer market and other websites. But there are other issues. His current contract, and also he had a buyer clause. So we don't know Ohate whether Ohate will go for 50 until we speak to Sporting CP. But people are sounding like he's going to come for cheap. I honestly do not think that's the case because he's a fine player, and the rest assured there are other clubs looking to be looking to sign him in the summer too. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. I want us to get into previewing the match as soon as possible. Let's see what we have here. Let me leave this right here. Definition of small-minded is that terrorism and ignorance. We move. It's as simple as that. I think more importantly, ignorance. That's how I see it. It's Enzo like Pillow to you all who coach. Wow. Here's the thing. Enzo has a bit of you can say, yeah, I'd say Andre Pirlo because he can pick up
Yes.
some excellent, delicious passes from deep the midfield. And if the player he passed the ball to doesn't move, he will still land on his feet. And that's Pirlo for you on his Pirlo in his prime. I think, yeah, and so I don't see how they differ. Actually, I have to take time to do my research to say this is how they differ.
He's the player that
May,
comes to mind when I think of Enzo.
yeah, it's just it makes sense. So good pick there for you. And I think as Enzo gains experience, I think he'd probably be able to do more of what Pirlo did consistently. Pirlo was an excellent passer of the ball from deep, actually. Um, uh, so Enzo is capable of doing that. He's proven he's a good passer of the ball. But I still don't know why people think he's the guy to help us create chances consistently. Maybe if we're gonna play with if we were playing with a structures that don't accommodate the number 10, then Enzo will be the guy. But if we're gonna play him with 4-2-3-1, like we know we will be doing predominantly under Mauricio Pochettino, which we all believe will eventually be announced as the club's new permanent manager, then we need a traditional number 10. And Enzo isn't a traditional number 10. He will still be very useful, and you don't want a situation where you have just a single guy capable of creating such chances. Enzo will be able to be creating clear-cut chances from deeper areas. Then we have a number 10 that will be playing more closer to the final third and able to help us, split defenses apart from a close from a close range. So we're diversifying our chance creation, and we'll be creating chances also from the flanks and on the carpet or wherever in the air from our wingers. So Enzo isn't just the answer alone. He's an excellent player, but we need to mix it up. Um, will this be another draw against United, or Will one of us lose this time? I hope that's the case. Let one of the teams lose this time and let us emerge as the winners. But unfortunately, it's looking like it's going to end in another draw. I hope that's not the case. Recent reports on Nkunku is reconsidering his future because Chelsea isn't in the Champions League. Real Madrid are interested in him. I think that's absolute nonsense because he's put pen to paper. It just hasn't been announced. He can't change that. And I think here's the thing. It's easy to believe in that story because once you mention we don't have Champions League football, people will start to believe it.
Yeah, but is there a clause though, Coach?
I don't think if there's a clause, then that may well be a huge issue. But I don't think that's the truth.
Yeah,
everybody knows he's going to Chelsea. The IB Leipzig president has also spoken about that he's on his way to Chelsea and all that for reason. I don't think that changes. I get it. We don't have Champions League football, but I think he comes to us. But he just Roger, they just exploiting Chelsea fans' vulnerability now.
No, I get it.
Yeah. Havertz is not a striker. I need scientists to tell me that. Sanjovi, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. And coaches keep playing him as a striker. You will never see those runs. Meaning, you will never see the best of Enzo as long as Havertz is up there because he's not going to make those runs because you need to make that run before he sees you. Why was missing players never an issue for Potter? I'm not sure. I think we've talked about on severally. Every time we talk about him, especially Roger, always brings up the fact that players that are injured doesn't help, and I agree with that. So I'm not sure why you're raising that right now. Roger, the coach issue is already settled. A Potter is coming. We are waiting for the official announcement by the club, and I think that happens at the end of the season. Phil Siebes, thank you for saying that. If you deduct points from teams after you suspend them for racism, then fans should police themselves because those points could get them relegated. That's a good idea. Maybe help the authorities to identify again the culprit and then make it easier. Maybe it will help reduce that. If Chelsea wanted to at least finish top four, build a robust midfield that is dynamic, creative, and visionary, add a good striker, and the rest will be history. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Did I skip any? UEFA moved with speed when the Super League was about to take money from them. If African and South Americans start blocking La Liga broadcasts and they lose money, they will do something. They will do more, which was why that brings us to Roger's argument that we need to work together for our efforts against racism to be as effective as we want it to be. Enzo will create more as an 8 than a 6. That's true, but how often are we going to be playing with an 8? If you get my argument. So probably we'll be seeing more of us, more space for a 10, and then the wingers under Pochettino than 8. So which means Enzo will always be useful every now and then if we're saying he's just going to be an 8. So I want us to be creating chances from many positions. He can operate deep with the independence to venture forward more often, and also a 10 who's capable of creating chances too. Then we have plenty, just like Man City. Lots of them are good creators. Kachila, he hasn't signed yet. He hasn't? Okay. I'm inclined to believe you. Education and ethics start at home, which is being ignored in this so-called modern era. The problem is in the root cause. I think that's a delicious comment right there.
Not just
sorry.
It's a social issue for sure.
Yeah, it is. Not just holding banners and supporting no racism. Cause as a formality. It's become a mere formality indeed. In 2016, Chelsea finished 10th. In 2017, Alonso came and won titles for years. In 2022, Alonso left Chelsea and went to Barca. Now, Barca won the title and Chelsea went back to the bottom of the table. You sound like you are superstitious, very, very superstitious. But I get it. I understand. Are you done with the keeper cell list? No. After this game, we'll have a few days to take care of it, then we'll continue. It's here. I can show it to you later. It's there. We're not done. What do you think of Kunde? He's open to living in the summer. I don't think we'd go for him again. I think our fans don't like him anymore, and I think we're loaded in the defensive department. The Man United fans are full of themselves. Days since Chelsea is struggling, they talk a lot. So Arsenal fans made a lot of fun, made fun of us when we were struggling and they were topping the table. Now they've lost it to Man City, and I did a YouTube shot saying, making fun of, bantering them, and they don't like it. They're coming to me saying, "Look at you, even though you're 11." Then I say, "Yeah, I know, but yeah, I know you're feeling the pain for losing." But I'm gonna move on from that. Good morning, Mike. Good morning to you too, my bro. I hope everyone is doing wonderful, and the clouds are looking blue all the time. Every time you look up, it's always blue. But I hope you're doing well, bro. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. I appreciate you. Please go check out my brother's YouTube channel. Click the three dots to his name. Click go to channel. Be sure to subscribe. The Bluetooth game already knows him. He will tell you always a good discussion going on there. Thank you for joining, bro. I hope you're well. Kunde should stay as Barcelona. We don't want him. I don't want him either. I think the fans will not welcome him. At least that's my opinion. So we move on to that, Roger. We've gone through. Let me go through the insights again. We didn't finish that. I don't know if you were here when I looked at Rashford having 16 goals. He's the top scorer. Our top scorer has 7 goals, 1 assist, and 5 goals, 5 assists for Rashford. They're ranked 9th in goals scored per game. We're ranked 17th. I think we've gotten worse. We've gone from 16th to 17th. Have kept the most clean sheets in the competition. So good luck to us scoring any sort of goals.
Have they really? They kept the most clean sheets, United.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Wow.
I didn't know that too. We haven't kept a clean sheet in 9 matches. No clean sheet in 9 matches. Have scored 6 goals. We have scored 6 goals in last. Is that the truth? Really? I can't believe that. Really. Okay, 1. Okay, 2 here. And okay, 5, 6. Oh, so that's correct. But in those cases, we drew 1 and lost 1. So it just doesn't make any sort of sense. So it doesn't help with the insights. But Roger, what do you make of it?
It's not pretty reading, is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's ugly. Yeah. It's really ugly, Coach. There's no doubt.
It looks like every team that we've compared ourselves to have been better this season than us. And go ahead.
But they also. This is not an excuse. I don't want to hear people say it's an excuse. These are reasons. There's a big difference between the term excuse and reason. That this is a reason why we're playing so poorly is because of the myriad of injuries we've had has not helped. So you can't have consistency. Listen, when you're missing a player like Kante alone, our team is so different. I think we can all agree on that. He's hard. How many minutes has he played for us this year? It's minimal. So, you have to look at these kind of facets. Then bringing in a plethora of new players. So it takes time, people. You need to be patient. And that's where the results are born. Also, the fact that we've had 2.5 managers this year, so there's a lack of consistency in a myriad of different. There's, I don't know, you can point your finger to many different circumstances, no doubt about it, but you also have to be realistic and say these are the reasons why we're playing poorly. If you look at United or a City or anybody, Liverpool, etc., that experiences our circumstances, as Bobby will attest to. When you have the club in flux and you're losing important players, this is going to happen, Coach. It's that simple.
Yeah, I agree with you. So speak up, Roger. Are you going to be Poch's lawyer to always any manager? Roger will always find, try to keep it objective and keep us all thinking. So if you're going to agree the manager is bad, you better be on top of your game. to win.
It's
If that makes
it's
sense.
not just the manager's fault.
Yeah,
It's a
the
myriad
players
of
too. Yeah,
things. Yeah,
yeah.
it's collective, coach. You don't just turn that. You just don't go from being an excellent team to a poor team overnight. You just don't. There's many different variables at stake. That's
Mhm.
all I want to say.
And I think Chelsea all the way. It is joking, and I know you know that too. Aziz King Lampard should humble himself and learn from Poch. Good luck. Good luck. Let's see if that happens. I don't think he'd do that. I think I'm not sure how to I'm not sure how to make, again, for lack of a better way to explain what I want to say. I'm just going to say stick with. I'm not sure he would do that. Given how much I know him, I don't know him too well, but I still don't think he will. Jafta says I agree. Alonso always scored. Yep. Even though he isn't the quickest, he isn't the best offender, but he was excellent for us offensively. But what Chelsea fans were quick to ask the club to sell players. That again, when once the players deficiency becomes apparent for one reason or the other, we start calling for the club to sell them. And every time we end up selling one of those players, we see actually, to some extent, they've been important to us. A goal, Alonso always scored a goal when Chelsea was struggling to get goals. He always came through when Chelsea needed to score. Won many
This is
games for
true.
us. Unfortunately, people don't see it that way. And
No,
at one point,
he was a big proponent of us scoring. He was the league leading scorer for a calendar year and an entire season.
mhm.
So yes, he had defensive deficiencies, no doubt about it. He lacked pace
But
and so
really,
forth.
he helped us a lot defensively too.
Yeah, but aerially he's excellent. But he
He's
had a
excellent, yeah.
sweet left foot, coach. Very sweet, very technical. I watched him, I remember when I would go to the bridge and watch him when he was playing. You would marvel at his first touch was sublime. He's an excellent player, coach.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
uh, well,
Go
there's a
ahead.
drop off. In my opinion, there's a drop off. To be honest with you, and we've seen that.
Yeah, there is indeed. This here says the first thing a Poch go will go. Okay, is get the team to fitness. We've heard is a thing. His
Yeah,
teams always have the highest runs in the league. Southampton 117 kilometers average, and Spurs 115 kilometers average. Yeah, on average. Yeah, Lampard said we lack fitness, and has he done anything about it? I don't think he has. But that's by the way. Logan says that Chelsea main problem is no defender. Buying Kunde is not reasonable. Yeah, it's not at all.
how much would he go for, coach?
It doesn't matter really. Do we need them? We don't.
No.
Sure, they paid. They should pay. They must have paid something in the region of 16 million for him because I remember that. Should I call it conundrum of a transfer window that time? We
Yeah.
will be lucky to draw against Man United. Jean Maklova, always nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. No Kunde, no Vadio. We got enough talent at the back. I don't think issues are in the midfield area and the attacking area. I think we've always been this bad, but every time we pepper the deeper issues after we win a trophy, and the hierarchy, led the way with the decisions that led the way to our demise. No identity. That's a solid argument there. Potter gave the team too many days off. Everyone got fat and cute. Wow. I'm not sure what
I'm
to
not
make of
sure
that.
about that.
Roger, let me ask you that. I don't know if I've asked you this. We've looked at insights. We've also looked at their top scorer. The team's current form. They're in a better form than us. And
Who isn't,
yeah,
coach?
sorry.
Who isn't?
Yeah, exactly. Who isn't? So, are you looking forward to this one? Really, that's the question I wanted to ask you. And what do you think the outcome would be? Do you think they beat us? Whatever you think would be the outcome, you let us know why you think that.
I'm to me personally, this is my
Hmm.
biggest rivalry in the Premier League. Playing this bigger than Spurs, bigger than Arsenal, bigger than Fulham. This is the game that I derive most enjoyment from. This
Hmm.
is a big game for us. Um, how we will play. based on the fact that we're missing who? Kante, Chile, Reece James, etc. I could go on and on and on. It doesn't bode well for us. The fact that we're not keeping clean sheets, we can't score, that's not a very good recipe for success. So I don't anticipate us being successful. As I said the last game, at best, I hope for a draw. Could we win it? Of course we could. Will we? Most unlikely. I'm just being realistic. It's that
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let me, Roger. I'm just
What?
seeing the subtitle on your name. So you're the backup tea lady.
I've had that for weeks. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at, right?
Oh my goodness. Here's the thing, Roger. One thing I want to ask you is this: what do you think you should do differently? How we approach it in terms of structure, in terms of personnel. What do you think you should do differently? Comparing, if you're looking at the team, the structure we deployed against Man City in the last game.
Yeah, a different team completely. So I'd like us to go with the back four, if it's plausible. Um,
What makes it?
I'd like,
What will make it plausible? What will make it? What players would you see? Would again in the team to make it possible for us to go with the back four and still be effective with that structure?
well, because they don't. I mean, yes, that they have one excellent midfielder.
Mhm.
Casemiro. Don't get me wrong. I'm not berating him or putting him down. You have to respect a player of that caliber. But City have probably the best midfield in the Premier League. I think we can all agree on that for the most part. That's their engine room. That's the engine in their vehicle. And I think, we flooded the box the last time we played City. I would like to see us play with a 4-3-3, or a variation of that. I really do.
And with who makes way for you?
I'd like Chalobah's right back for sure. Left back, I don't know. I have to see who's available.
Yeah, I'm sure Webb is not going to be available. Kukure is not going to be available,
Right.
which means he'd revert. If he's going to go with the back four against United, he will have to revert to Lewis Hall playing
Yeah.
in the left back position, which to me, I think is more effective of playing, in the wing back position in the
Yeah.
back three structure where he can add to the attack.
No, I get it. No, I
yeah,
understand that concept because he's a general midfielder. He's more prone.
yeah.
He's an inverted wing back. I get that. It makes sense. But listen, and Aspie, I think you have Man United's wingers would have a dream day against him because of his lack of pace. Bless him. It's not his fault. And Hall looked a bit out of place against City, but City can do that to anybody. You could tell he was playing out of position. Um, I'd like to see, Enzo in the midfield, probably Ruben, and why not even Hall if Thingamab's not available.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. Who do we have up front? I'd like to see Madweke, Modric, either Enzo, oh sorry, Felix or Kai up front. That's what I'd like to see. But I would like to see that for the last 3 or 4 games so they can build continuity,
I
injuries
don't.
aside.
Yeah, I still don't understand how. I don't think he'd be able to explain why he didn't start Modric in that game. He's the quickest player on the team,
Possibly
and
the
Man
league.
City play a very high line.
Yes, they do.
He's quicker than what's his name, the Man City right back, Kyle Walker.
So, so,
And
so,
on
so this is
occasions, and he makes good runs. And that's one thing we don't. Most people don't give Modric credit for. He makes excellent runs, and
yeah,
if
but
you
he's
can
still
find him,
raw though. He's still
yeah,
very raw.
Modric is still very raw.
RAW, yeah, raw. His passing is a bit raw, and his finishing is. But listen, he's not. He wasn't purchased because of his current ability. It was purchased because of his upside. They know they identified him that he's going to improve with the correct. Listen, if I was the manager slash coach, I would have started him, but I think Frank wanted to keep it close, and then you see what he did. He brought on players you know, to basically listen. You're 1-0 down. We can go for it, and that's what he did. He kept it close. He didn't want to be 4-5-0 down at half time or whatever. So I understand Frank's logic. I get it. I do.
Honestly, I would just say I get it. He's still young, still learning, but I think he's not raw to an extent where he shouldn't be starting that game.
No,
Honestly, you can say,
I
yeah. Here's
personally,
the thing. I think if Modric if we gotten opportunities on occasions where we think he should be starting, I think by now he'd have at least 2 goals.
yeah, yeah.
Honestly,
He,
yeah.
he hasn't started enough games, in my opinion. I personally would be starting him most games. Obviously, you have to give him a break occasionally if they're only 3 days apart, but that hasn't been the case. So, for the most part, so I agree, Coach. I'm on your side. I'm just giving
No,
my
I
point of
want
view.
us to be enemies, really.
No, but seriously, this is what I would have done. I would have played 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1, somewhere in that. Obviously, that some games require back three, and I respect that. But I haven't seen like Madueke. As soon as he came on, look what he did.
And that showed, and everybody started arguing he should have started. And he's like
Yes,
on the 2 occasions that he started, he was excellent. I don't know
but
why he
but,
didn't
uh, but
start.
I also think Frank didn't expect Pep to rest that many players either. I'll be honest with you. So
So you're
um,
saying again, you would what did this you said again? You would do differently against Man United? Go with a
I,
four
I
three
I
three
would play the
structure?
back. I would probably go with a 4-3-3. I really
I-
would.
yes, yes. Well, if for me, I
What
would
would
go
you
with a
do?
back three. I would go with a
You
back
would.
three structure
Okay.
where I'd play and I would risk it honestly. Play Modric in the left wing back position. He's
Yeah.
quick, and on occasions, even though we weren't playing with a back three structure, how he recovered, how he is he had to run back at the pace he did to stop us from conceding goals. It just you just watch him, instruct him. He's so young. Speak to him. Be active
Yeah.
on the touchline. I think he'd do better. I wouldn't mind playing Madrid in the right wing back position and play with a solid back three, really. Of Thiago Silva essentially, Chalobah on the left, and what's his name, Wesley Fofana to his right. I think we'll be solid and play with 2 6s of N'Golo Kante is ready, of Enzo Fernandez and
No,
N'Golo
you could
Kante.
you could play
Yeah,
Koulibaly on the left, actually, to be
again,
honest with
it's
you.
available now, and then we'll be
Yes.
better off.
Yeah,
Yeah, and play either Fofana
Chalobah on
or
the right.
Chalobah on the right hand side,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's where both of them are the more comfortable on the right hand side. And then play with attacking intent. That, of course, I know some people call it five at the back, but it is with an
No,
attacking
no, no.
intent
They're
because
inverted
Modric isn't a
wingers,
defender.
basically. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got the two wing backs that are basically inverted, aren't they? They're occasionally going to come back behind the halfway line. I think we have the technical ability to boss that game with possession. A death by 1,000 passes.
But
What do
we
you?
haven't we hardly play as a unit.
Yes, we haven't. There's been
So
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 much.
it will be a huge risk also trying to out possess them actually.
Well, they like that though. They are better on the break. They're built to. I'm talking they meaning Man United.
So you
That
expect them to sit back, suck it all up, and then hit us on a break.
I wouldn't have gone that far, but yeah, okay. I see what you're killing me, coach. You're killing me. Soak it up. I don't expect them to be a deep ocean sponge, but I get your analogy. Yeah,
I think they will feel like they're better than us, and I don't think they will approach it that way. But if anytime we keep the ball and they're not able to get it, I think they'll just be pick and choose, and then once they get the ball, they hit us on the break. So you're correct. Kindly like and subscribe. It takes a second or two, and it helps the community grow. Thank you so much. We'll be hitting 11,000 subscribers. We're closing in on that. We're at 10,901. So about a few more to get it less than 100 to get it to 11,000 subscribers. I heard Poch don't give day ups, so we're going to hear a lot of people crying. If you don't like that, then you go. If you
yeah.
get my point, Chelsea boy, and that's what I want. Just play the youngsters, nothing to play for but the badge. Unfortunately, for Frank has other priorities. His resume, his coaching career is speaking, no matter how you see it. And we knew that was going to be the case. Manchester United will get their guaranteed win. We would play against the team that is last in the championship, and we would still get outplayed, outdrawn, and cannot score even with an oversized goal.
Yeah,
Wow.
you must
In
admit
other
though.
words, we cannot hit, we're not able to hit the bottom of a car with handful of sand.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, coach, this is another thing I want to say. I'm a huge fan of Enzo, so please don't misinterpret this. But I don't want to see him on free kicks anymore, shooting for goal. He's not only
Until everything is settled, but he was actually excellent in dead ball situations for Benfica, really.
no, sure, but for
So, yeah.
Chelsea this season, since we've seen him, he's not just missing; he's missing by a huge margin.
Yeah,
It's embarrassing.
yeah, the type that rugby unions will be proud of.
Yeah, exactly. So I think surely we don't have another person on the pitch that is more clinical or at least can test the keeper. I find this
Yeah,
hard to believe. This is where we
yeah,
missed an Alonso, for instance, who was
yeah,
excellent with free kicks.
yeah. Mudrik is raw, yes, but can he become polished if he doesn't play? That's a solid argument.
Yeah,
So he has to
exactly.
play.
No, I
Yeah, he
concede that.
has
I
to play.
said
Yeah,
that. Yeah, exactly. You have for this rough diamond, you have to polish it, and the way to polish it is to let him play. It's a conundrum, isn't it? Really? No, I get it. And then this is,
hmm
for all intents and purposes, a pre-season. So why not play him? I mean,
yeah,
that was my logic since getting
yeah.
him. Just play him. You know,
Yeah, keep dropping the
injury.
likes on the stream, people. We're at 49 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 by the time the show ends. Guys, none of the remaining games are a must win. Play the youngsters and let's see what you have for next season. It's not going to happen. Frank wants a
No,
win. He, he wants
and
a win,
and this
no
is
matter
what I
how you
find
see it. Go ahead, Roger.
frustrating. This is what I find frustrating, Coach. I'm a big fan of Frank. Don't get me wrong. You know, I don't wish to belittle him or be disrespectful in any manner. It's but you have to admit, Coach, that these games should have been approached as if they are a pre-season, not for him to. I don't know. Listen, his intent is good, but and it's not his fault. It's the executives. We cannot say the owners. It's Win Stanley. It's Vivell, etc. It's the executive footballing people. They are the ones that basically have made this decision. I don't know why we haven't announced. I hope it's not out of respect, quote unquote, for Frank to let him finish the season, because you can look back at next year. Let's say it's in 12 months' time, where May the 23rd, 2024, and we look back and can say we should have started Poch, hired Poch 5, 6, 7, 8 games prior to the season ending, because those times would have been invaluable, and it cost us this year. I don't want to have that conversation, Coach. I don't.
Yeah, it just here's the thing. I don't want to also hear that he's collaborating with what's his name, Mauricio Pochettino. If he is, then the Poch would be to give the youngsters a chance, which gives Poch an opportunity to start looking at them now, even before preseason starts. I mean, it's everywhere, but unfortunately, we knew he wasn't going to be giving them a lot of minutes because he wants to win. Yeah, I know he loves the club, but right now he has to be a bit selfish because of his coaching resume. I
Yeah.
don't know how anybody else sees it, but that's just my opinion. A disclaimer right there before anybody shoots me.
No,
Guys,
I
none of
think you're
the.
accurate, Coach. I think it's a fair analogy. I really do.
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to be on my side. I
No,
thought
but
you were only on
it's
Bobby's side.
but no, but
Not just kidding,
it's
but go ahead.
logical. Your insight is logical, because it'd be to the detriment of Frank to do otherwise, which is why I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming the people above him that made those decisions. Does that make sense? Because
Yeah, he does. Go ahead.
you know
Go ahead. Let
you
me share something in the chat.
yeah, you know what you're going to get with Frank. So then why go down this garden path? Why? Why take this journey? And it's not his fault in that regard. They they should have hired him on the auspices of a predetermined philosophy. Once our season is over, can we please do you adhere to doing A, B, or C? And then so it was wrong from the outset, I believe. And
Mm.
I don't know. I find this very frustrating, and I'm really worried, coach, that in 12 months' time, it's going to come back and bite us.
Yeah, it will, honestly. I'm going to share a link. It's a banter. Arsenal fans that making sure the YouTube shot I just shared the link to right now. It has how many views? I think 5,000 plus or 6,000 views right now. But it's a banter against Arsenal fans, and I don't think they like that. So they're making sure it has more dislikes than likes. Because the only one to see it from. I'm going to pin it at the very top. Please take a second, go watch that video, drop a like on it so that we have more likes than dislikes. Arsenal fans are not happy with that video because it's a banter against them. The title talks about how Arsenal bottled the league, and I made fun of them in that video, that YouTube shot. Please go watch it, drop a like on it, so let them,
Coach,
cry
coach,
even more. Yeah.
I don't think you could actually say they bottled the league. I think it was always going to be this way because they lacked depth. They were punching above their
Specifically for
weight.
me, they lacked experience, depth and experience. That's how I
Yeah,
see it. But go ahead.
they were punching above their weight, coach,
Hmm.
regardless. Because look, 6 out of the last 8 games they've dropped points. It's because listen, they brought in J5 and Trossard, yes, and I think someone else. I mean, and they were huge reinforcements for them. That's how shallow their team is depth wise. I mean that in a most polite manner, not in the derogatory sense. They've got a great starting 11, 12, 13 players, etc., but they don't have depth. And
What
so
they have is just it was just team spirit that led them to where again today to again that led them to how you can say where they are at or on the table in the table right now. It was just team spirit. They didn't have depth and experience specifically for in my opinion. Sorry for cutting you off, Roger. Go ahead.
no, it's and I think this was discussed in the I think it was the Gab and Jules show. They were talking about also the World Cup had a big play in this because it changed one of the schedules where Man City and Arsenal didn't play till February, I believe, or late January. Where had
Hmm.
they would have played earlier, and don't forget they played twice post World Cup. Where
Yeah.
it gave a full sense of security to Arsenal because of the schedule, the way it was changed, also.
I
So
can't believe they were leading the table at think how many points? At one point, is it 12 points or
eight,
how many points?
they
8 points?
led City by 8, I believe, is the most.
Wow. Wow, but I've always known they're not going to win it.
Yes,
So please, I pinned the link to that Banter YouTube short video. Just watch it. I think it's 18 seconds. It's not even up to 18 seconds. I think about 11 seconds. Yeah, that Banter video is about 11 seconds. Just watch it. Drop a like on it. You will see some Arsenal fans also commenting there, asking me, am I not ashamed when on in 11th position? And I say, yeah, I get it, but Bantam must continue. But that's by the way, Coach. This is Brian. I think this is with regard to my comment to go with the back three structure. So he said, Brian is saying, Coach, don't think that's a good idea. Modric as wing backs. Maybe Stalin and Pulisic, the more experienced, due to do defensive duties. I
yeah, but
think you
is
make a solid
Pulisic
that
going to be?
argument. But in my case, I'm arguing. Uh, just give it a shot. Go for it. Go for a win. And I think with those players on the pitch, I think you will make two players starting in the wing back position and also having the channels to operate. I think that will go a long way in making sure, even we won't even give them chances to
Yeah,
come
but
at us
coach, is
because we'll be
Pulisic
up
going
then.
to?
But go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, is Pulisic going to be here next year?
It
Okay,
doesn't
that's
look like it.
no.
And
I mean, I don't know, but there's a strong possibility he may not be. And B, I'm sorry. As much credit as I've given Sterling the last game and a half prior to the City game, he
mhm.
was awful against City. He was horrid, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. So
But at one point, he picked it up. I think he finished well. He finished the game well.
sure, but
Mhm.
okay, yeah, that's true.
But as
That's true.
usual, he was awful. Overall, again, he was
Yeah,
awful.
his
Really.
first touch was pathetic. It's because he's not a technical player, coach. He's not blessed with the first touch. And you know, I'll be honest with you. I, I I don't want him. I don't believe he's starting material for Chelsea on a consistent basis. He throws in the occasional game here and there that you're like, wow, why can't he do this every game? But yet he doesn't. And I understand he
Yeah.
brings intangibles off the field in the club. He's a great
Mhm.
team player, etc. But you can get that from most players. We need productive players, and I wouldn't start him. I would start Madueke over him. It's that simple.
Oh yeah, you know that. What do you make of this argument from? Okay, you that's already what you spoke about. Go ahead. What do you make of this argument? You didn't specifically talk about you responded to his
No,
argument there.
well, because of Pulisic, we don't know. He's not part of the future. I understand his logic, but I would start Mudryk and Madueke
Mhm.
over Sterling and Pulisic because of the aforementioned. A, Pulisic probably won't be in next year. B, I take Madueke over Sterling each day of the week and twice on Sunday. It's that simple.
No, no
It's
C, just A and B.
no C, D, E, or F. All the aforementioned. None of that. It's that simple, coach.
Yeah. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. You can see the pin the message. Please make sure to watch it. Drop a like on it. Coach, I don't think so. I think I've read that one from my bro Brian. Play for Fana, Silva, Kulubali, Chaloba, and Hall as wingbacks. Enzo and Ruben Loftus-Cheek as double pivot. Mudryk, Madryk, supporting the strikers. 3-4-2-1. I don't like, as much as I like Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Honestly, I don't like playing him. In that it's one of the 2-6-6. I don't like that. I think it's been more effective on the flanks, either as a wing back or
Or
whatever.
number 8.
Yeah, or as a right wing. Chalobah, these few games did well on the flanks, and his crossing towards the box is actually all right, don't you? I think so
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
He crosses with intent.
Yeah. You know
Um,
what?
he doesn't cross. He doesn't put the ball in the box just for the sake of it. He looks up, and the camera showed everything, and then picks out. Try to pick out his man. But go ahead, Roger. You wanted to say something?
Caliber the last half of this season has exceeded my expectations with him going forward.
Uh-huh.
Really has. His crosses with purpose. You're right. I totally agree. The other thing I want to say is notice Madueke's passing with his right foot. He's not just a left foot like Mahrez. Mahrez is complete, or Ziyech, completely only
One
101% left foot.
one legger.
Look at Madueke. He's very prone to his left foot, but he can cross the ball with his right. So,
And
so when, so when,
you've actually over time learned how to pronounce his name correctly. You know, for
yeah,
me it's easier because
Madueke, yeah,
I
and
grew up in
actually,
Nigeria, Madueke, yeah, and the meaning being man doesn't create
yeah. So,
in
so the
terms of
oh really?
yeah,
So this
yeah.
is what I've noticed. When he's going up against someone outside the box, they think he's only going to go to his left, but no, he can go to his right and cross it with his right foot. So they have to be aware of the fact that they can't just play the what they call the outside position.
Hmm.
They can't give him the inside. They have to respect his ability to go to the byline and cross it. And guess what? So he's a double whammy in that regard. He's more, he's more ambidextrous with both feet. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, he does.
they have to respect him twice as much as they would a Ziyech or Mahrez with regards to, shall we say, creating. And listen, I'm not comparing him to Mahrez. I'm just comparing him to being an extremely left-footed individual. I want to
Hmm.
make that sure. But Chalobah, yeah, Chalobah, he is sexy going forward. He has surprised me. I didn't think he had that in his locker.
I didn't
He's
think that too. I have to be honest.
yeah, ditto. He's pleasantly surprised me. I love Chalobah. Ever since he scored his first goal for Chelsea, his reaction was just pure, unadulterated passion. It was
Unfortunately,
beautiful.
some Chelsea fans have already given up on him.
No,
But
I don't.
let me catch up with what we have in the chat. Yeah, a few games has been excellent on the flanks for us. All I'm saying is Chalobah is a man with newfound confidence on the lamps. I think that's a good observation, actually, because it looks like he lost that post World Cup. Probably because I'm not sure why that's the case. But no, post World Cup he didn't start, and then when he got a chance to start, he looked shaky quite a lot.
But
So
listen,
probably
coach.
because shocked at the fact that he was one of our best defenders pre World Cup.
Yeah.
Then post World Cup, boom, on the
Listen,
bench
coach.
for a reason we all cannot explain. Go ahead.
Everyone has been inconsistent this season. Everybody, with the
Mm,
exception of Silva, I would say. I would say Silva has had maybe the odd half here or there that has been a little bit subpar. Other than
mhm,
that, to me, and to me only, there's two players that have stuck out. A is Silva, really has. He's been. Where would we be without him this season? Seriously, we'd be relegated. And B,
yeah.
I know I'm going to take grief over this, but I thought Kepa has been consistently good. I know
I'm
his
with you on that one. You could argue with that his brilliance between the sticks would be worse off.
yeah, and the way he's read games. I think
Yeah,
those two players. I think he's a distant second, Kepa, but I think Silva has been the only bright star on a very dark night throughout the whole season.
he led well even in dark moments. He was able to still stand out and still ensure that the situation isn't worse. What happened
Coach,
to Felix? Wasn't he in the squad? I'm not too
yeah, he
sure with
was.
regards to.
I think he got injured warming up, is what I heard. He was
Wow,
taken off the substitute by warming up.
that's a good
So
sign. That just shows which means he's a Chelsea player. We're going to sign him.
please tell me it's not a hamstring because we have a hamstring
I'm not
specialist.
sure. No, there's nothing with regards to that on the screen when we look at the injury list. Frank has lost a six. He's washed. Um, okay. Let's see.
It's a
Look
bit
at the
cold.
offside. Offside. No European games. A good side squad. A fresh manager. New
Yeah,
tactics. Big
war chest.
war chest and talent and talented youngsters like Colwell linking up with the squad next season. The future is looking bright. I've always
And
known that's the
Gusto
case. I've always been
and
concerned
then
with the club's
Cuckoo.
immediate future. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's very correct. You know, our future is quite bright. When you look at it, the fact that we're going to have less complications of playing in Europe, so you have greater time to work on in the training ground to
Mhm.
solidify. You know, I think that's a valid point, Chelsea. I really do. I think, assuming that we are relatively healthy, I think you're going to see fundamentally the fundamentals on the pitch be reinforced. You're going to see us make less errors as the season progresses. You're going to see us be a very solid team, assuming that we don't go through a plethora of injuries again.
Mhm.
You know, don't forget we have used the most amount of players and have had the most amount of injuries in the top five leagues in Europe.
Yeah, I agree with you, Roger. We cannot support Lampard to this extent. He's very selfish in his approach. And Mudrik will be a favorite on the pitch. Chelsea is not benefiting at
No,
all.
I think that's fair. I think that yeah,
For
for the
argument,
most
he
part,
hasn't helped.
yeah. I mean,
And
and
that's
listen,
because we
I'm
all
not.
expected the young players to be getting opportunities, but that's not happening.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not defending Lampard, but it's the people above him that we should be pointing the finger. But Jerry is correct in that. I can't defend him. You can't defend the indefensible because, as I said, if I was the manager, I would not be doing what Frank is doing. I'm
Yeah,
just being
I would
honest
have
with
done
you.
done things differently. I want to bring
Yeah,
Bobby in. Let me just catch up here. The problem is Lampard wants to win, but keeps losing. So just play the youngster. So,
exactly.
until the games we haven't played, as long as we haven't played all the games, he'll still be starting those players you don't want to see. Yeah, banter indeed. Arsenal fans don't like that video, but the video is still doing well. I think it's 6,000 views right now. I think that's what it is.
Can you
Let me
send me the
see.
link,
Yeah,
Coach, please?
okay, I will. 6,000 views and
Thank you.
93 likes. Even with 93 likes, so how many percentage is the likes? I think 78% of the likes, which means a few of them, not a few, a lot of dislikes really. For it to be at 70 right now, probably a lot of people in the chat has helped beef that up. So it's 78.8% likes,
Wow.
good likes. So the other are down. 93 likes overall, and 6,019 views already. Arsenal bottled everything up. Bigger fish to fry. Yeah. Come on, you Blues. Let's go. Seaman 25 4. Nice to see you. What else do we have here? Yeah, Coach. You're a true Charles. Yeah. Thank you. I agree. But thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that. I don't think Lampard cares about the future of Chelsea. He may still be bitter about his sacking. I don't think that's the case.
No.
I think if anything, he's trying to win, but not learning that those he's selecting isn't helping his his intent to win matches. Rather, they're causing him to lose. Even though it was viral, man, some people are just that way. But I don't think to the extent that he'd be doing something that will make it very difficult for him to get another job as a manager, even in the championship, actually. They lack history in winning. Simple as that. Yep, it's as simple as that. Thank you for saying that. Neymar is coming to United. Take him. Take him. Thank you so much. Take him as quick. Don't even waste time. Roger, tell Arsenal fans they were punching above their weight when they were 8 points clear. They will laugh at you. Yeah. I knew they weren't going to win, but I knew they stay in top four. Arteta didn't believe in his bench. He wore out the first team, and fatigue kicked in. Sarah played 38 games. Are you talking about Saka? Last season, and will play 38 games this season. It does affect sharpness. The players burn out. The humans are they're not machines. Yeah, and that's after World Cup too. 9 points at its peak. So yeah, that's unbelievable. Kepa needs a big game. Okay, I couldn't believe my ears when that man said he has to think about his job. Oh yeah, Roger Lampard said that.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Oh yeah, he said that. I saw that. So really? That confirms what we thought is the case. What we've always believed is the case. It's about him, which I don't blame him.
Yeah,
for.
I haven't listened to the post-match news conference. So
yeah, he said that. Pulisic will be a big loss for us. As he does have a lot of experience in football. It hasn't worked. He's refused to put pen to paper. Maybe I don't know if they've reached that. Let me not just throw things out of my wazoo. I'm not sure if they've reached that, and he refused. But he said he's not in a hurry to sign any new contract. Probably wanted to be sure about his game time and all that. Why can't we treat Sterling like we do to Mount? You're not paying attention. I actually said, God, I'm not into name calling, but I've on occasion come close to calling him names. Ruben was one of the best players in the middle of the park against City. Gallagher was abysmal. Gallagher was effective in his own way and could have had a goal. Sterling hasn't been here for a season, and the team is playing bad. I agree with you, Roger, with that Marcus analogy. Kepa has been trash. Okay, without European football, you get more time to drill new tactics between games. I think that means that without European assignments, I think we'd do better than a lot of people believe we'd do in the coming season, and I strongly believe that. I reckon we'll have more young players like Chalobah that could do a better job in these last two matches. I doubt he'd make any changes in the defensive area. I doubt. Let's say have an academy player play there. Lewis Hall has been a first-team player all the while, so that doesn't count for me. One of his spine, Xhaka, is leaving in the summer. I think even I knew Xhaka was going to leave Arsenal for a while now.
Has it been confirmed?
Sorry?
Has it been confirmed?
I think it's been talked to. I think it's been. Why didn't I pay attention to that? But I knew all the while he was going to leave after this season end. They're not best of friends. He actually stripped him off the captainship and gave it to Odegaard. Chilwell came from winning the league, but we don't hold him to the same standard as Sterling under a season. I do. I have my issues with him, but like as I have always argued, this is not a season. This is the sort of season where it doesn't make any sort of sense to isolate a single player and start critiquing them. The team as a whole has been abysmal. I say good luck to that already fragile mentality Arsenal team. it will be difficult for them to come close to what they were able to achieve this season in the coming season. Lots of teams again are still in transition period this season. Liverpool, Chelsea, just the two of us. Man United also, you could argue. But Newcastle, they're very stable. Just need to be strategic with the signings in the summer. Roger, when Lams was asked why he didn't play the young players, he said they will have their chance. I have to look at my job as well. So we were right all the while. So
Yeah.
Xhaka has confirmed he's leaving Arsenal. Okay, thank you for that.
Really?
Yeah, Arsenal must have progressed on the mid for replacement on the midfielder for replacement for them to confirm so early. And Xhaka's mentality is top notch. I wouldn't mind having him at Chelsea actually, the Swiss international. But that's by the way, Bobby. If you want to comment before you start blaming me for keeping
Hello,
you out
Bobby.
for long, I want to ask you this, Bobby. Um, you watched the last game against Man City.
Yeah.
What do you think Frank should do differently this time? And what do you think, because we didn't get to do a match review, what do you think went wrong and what do you think he should do differently against Man City to win that game? I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, big up,
Against
guys.
Manchester United to beat them at Old Trafford, but it's more likely a draw given recent history. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, big up, guys.
A big up to
Hello.
you too, brother. Looks
Yeah,
like a
I know,
busy day
Coach.
for you.
I know you'll be hearing from me through gritted teeth, especially. I was disappointed you didn't do a post match because
No,
I
I,
was
I, I
so on
couldn't.
fire.
All of us at the house, we have something my boy brought home, so
Oh,
that
Oh,
didn't
right.
help either. Yeah,
Right.
from the
Okay.
kind
Well,
from
that comes.
kindergarten. Yeah, they're better, a lot better right now.
Yeah, the Chelsea in me, which I'm repentant of, was very upset. I felt the hurt in pride watching a team do what I know is our rightful pride of place. But, we're going to get back. And I take a lot of solace and comfort from watching underage football. I watched a bit of the under 20s. I was so happy seeing the physicality of Cesare Casadi in midfield, the goal he scored. Boy, if we get the coach right, if we get the coach right at Chelsea, we are going to rip up trees. If that coach
really?
put that boy in the first team, if it's all a big if, because getting him to play men's football, as it were, is a challenge, but potential, boy, he has it. Left foot, right foot, head, physical. You can't push him off the ball. The goal he scored was a header, bullet header from a corner. This was a midfielder.
I didn't
I'm
watch
looking
their
forward to
match, but would you say it was a battle between him and Santos?
him and Santos definitely because I watched it for that purpose. Santos seems a little bit more silky, um, a little bit more of the put your foot on the ball kind of midfielder. Is
Well,
he
he's Brazilian.
physical? Yeah, is he physical? I don't know. Watching that game, you can't tell. I'm tired of seeing Santos with his age mates. I'm tired of it. I think I want to see more of him. I know he played with the senior team, but I want to see more of it with him, with some men around him that will try and muscle him off the ball. I never noticed him being muscled off the ball. I think every time they try to, they just bounce off him, which is what I love to see. You know me, I
Yeah.
love that
I
side
know,
of
no,
the
I
game.
understand, and it's an important argument. We need to balance our squad.
Absolutely. However, coming to Man United, now City was a game I wasn't particularly caring whether we won or lost. I felt we probably would have lost, and so I took that game um, the way evidently you saw I took it. But Man United, I think we can win, and I do want us to win. We're playing for pride, yes, but uh, I think we should go to win that game. What can we do differently? Not a lot. Not a lot. I wouldn't play Sterling, but I know Lampard will. I would
Yeah.
have started Madueke and Modric. I know Lampard won't. So what's the point? But that's what I would do differently. In terms of the midfield, I keep the midfield. You know me, I'm a fan of Ruben. You know, people criticize him a lot. I'll be very, very sad if he goes, because look at his value to the team yet again. He's come up and done a job when nobody else can or would. I think he's better than and more effective than Kovacic. Kovacic is quite deceptive. A player that can hide most of the game, but because when he does a little dribble run, it's so eye-catching, you think he's been playing the part of the midfield general, which experience has taught us that quite often he doesn't. So yeah, if we do that, we do need an attacker. We're all crying out for David Fofana. He doesn't play him. Nobody knows why. It's hard to say what to do with Frank. It really is. So those are the minor things I would do differently for sure. But we don't have a choice much in defence. We have to keep it as it is because.
Hello, Bobby.
His phone went on mute,
Yeah,
or maybe he had to take a
yeah,
call.
I'm here. I just did you hear what I said at the end?
Just the
Yeah,
last.
go ahead. We had the last thing you said, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's a lot of noise in the background for me, so I just went on mute when I finished talking. I don't know what the noise is, but it's not coming from my end.
The static.
Roger, can you hear any
Yeah,
noise?
Yeah, static.
yeah, huge amount.
Static sound? Is it my microphone again?
I don't know.
Can you still hear that?
It's gone down a bit. I thought
It's
it was
gone
Coach
down.
who doesn't want to hear me, so I thought, okay,
Yeah, and I want,
let me
and I was intentionally making sure you just leave. Okay, let me plug that one off from the power. See if that makes a difference.
He has a Bobby filter.
yeah, that
There you go. It's gone.
completely.
It's gone. So yeah, it's that one
So it
plugged
wasn't
in.
just me hearing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't
I've
you.
heard
Yeah.
that for a couple of streams actually.
Yeah.
Nearly every stream I've been on over the past few streams.
Yeah,
That's
it
been
happens
coming
if
up.
I forget. I just noticed if I forget to plug it off the power, the dock of the power supply, it starts doing it. What happening at one time if it charges 100%. But go ahead if you were still talking. Sorry about that.
So hopefully it didn't interfere with the.
No,
with what
I
the
heard
listeners.
everything. Everything you said was crystal clear.
Well, it's not so much us, it's the listeners, isn't it? If they don't hear it, and
Yeah.
that'll be a shame. Anyway, that's all. You know, basically, we can't really change much in defence because of injuries. We can change much on the flanks with Madueke and Modric starting. What's his name? Pulisic. Was it fair to even judge him from the last game? I don't think it is. He
No.
was played as a centre forward, which is not his position. He came on late, so I don't know. If you want to play him instead of Sterling. I would put him on instead of Sterling because Sterling is another deceptive player. You know, once in a while he gets you a goal. Once in a while he positions himself to get a through
He's
ball.
inconsistent, Bobby. He's so inconsistent.
Exactly. Don't like him. Never liked him.
Yeah, ditto.
Never wanted him.
Yeah.
So apart from that, and try Fofana. What has he? I don't understand what Frank has got to lose from playing Fofana now. I don't understand. There's nothing really to lose, and he has everything to gain. Maybe he doesn't want to further weaponize Chelsea with these youngsters. I don't know. I
But
don't know.
did
There's
you
a little
hear?
bit.
Were you paying attention when we read the statement where he said he has to think about his job too? And we knew that was
I
all
heard
will
that. I
always be
heard
the
him say
case. Yeah.
that.
But go ahead.
And
Yeah.
yeah, a bit of me doesn't trust Frank. I mean, Frank is there probably scheming and plotting which player he can pillage, which part of the club he can pillage if he in his next job, like he's done. He did it at Derby and he did at Everton. I don't like that. I think you leave a club, you leave a club. I left the club. Let me go and get this and get that. And when he does that, what he does is that he damages those tools that he gets. Like, see all his coaching staff, they're all Chelsea. And they have gone down with him. It's very hard for them to get other positions now because of him. And I don't like that.
So
Joe
you go
Edwards.
down with the boat, don't you?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, you're part of the team.
Yeah, Joe Edwards. Look at what his career's been stunted, and Joe Edwards was heading towards being a number one manager himself. Jody Morris spotted that and jumped off ship in time. I think he's gone to Swansea now, isn't he? I think he's can't remember. I think he's doing quite well there. But apart from that, I hate that. That's what I don't like about Frank. He is a Chelsea person, certainly as a player, but he's also, he uses Chelsea as a crutch too much. And playing these youngsters, playing someone like Detra Fofana won't harm his job. If anything, it will help his job, whatever the outcome. So let's see. Can we beat United? I think we can. I think they are almost as inconsistent as we are. It's just that they did something by default, and they got hold of someone called Casemiro, who has done a lot in the midfield to stabilize them. But outside of that, they have their moments. They really do. And we are usually quite good at Old Trafford. So we could maybe get a draw, sort of thing.
It's looking more like it's going to be a draw, but I get it. We in four games in a row, and it has all been draws. But statistics show that they're more likely to outscore even if we score. But let's see what happens. I'm going to bring in Ty in a bit. Santos came alive in the second half when Brazil stopped going along. Because today, on the other hand, dictated the game all game long. He's an excellent player. We know that. Both of them are. And that, was it Wigan? Is that where he's on loan? I heard he's been doing quite well too. Because today we go out on loan again. Let's see what the club does. I had to ask Roger was being too harsh on Sterling. I didn't think everything he said about Sterling has been factual. That's how in my opinion. But you have every right to think otherwise.
I've watched him. I've watched Sterling from Liverpool. He was horrible for Liverpool. The fact that he went for 50 million was astounding because my cousin's a huge Liverpool fan, and we would talk often, and we just don't get it. And then he actually, I think Pep or his positional coach improved him. You could see he's making far more intelligent runs, and it took him a while, but Pep has molded him into the prototypical forward for City, which is good, but he's flawed. His first touch is inept. He's not a technical player. He is, for all intents and purposes, irrelevant aerially. He doesn't even challenge for the ball. Now, he actually did against City, and he actually won an aerial battle. I was shocked. I nearly dropped my cup of tea. But for the most part, and then you look at his dribbling stats, they're pathetic. Listen, he has speed.
Just quickly, Roger, is the static noise still happening?
Oh yeah, it's bad. No, it's good. It's good. It's really good. Okay. But it's like, listen, but he has intangibles also. Like he has speed. Okay, that's an intangible. That's tangible. I mean, but he has leadership, and he's very mature, and he's a good person in the locker room. You're thinking, well, these things aren't really relevant on the pitch, but they are overall in the big picture of a squad and a team. He does bring many positives. Conversely speaking, I don't rate him as a player. I never have. I think I was really disappointed that he was even in the rumour mill for us acquiring him. And when it did come to fruition, I was gobsmacked. I was stunned because I didn't want him. I mean, I'm just being honest but there are games that he's played well, but they've been so few and far between. I would say, listen, he's played 37 games for Chelsea. Well, the season's 37 games old, and he's played in other cups. I think he's been. Roger. I think you can safely assume it's been a failure. I don't think you can say otherwise.
You know what I loved seeing in the under-20s? I loved watching Casadei and Santos. Players clenching their fists, pumping their fists, shouting at teammates, ordering, moving, battling. You see them gritting their teeth.
Desire, Bobby.
Exactly.
Desire. Yeah.
That's what I want to see. And these are kids. So we have a future. We have a team of leaders coming up. These guys are captains of their countries, and boy, do they play like it.
Oh, Bobby,
Imagine them with Enzo.
Do you see Cassidy actually being in the senior squad next year?
I see him in the senior squad if we have the right manager. A
What do you
good
think Potts
manager
will do?
can hasten his development, and he will need a
Sure,
couple of games to get used to the pace of the Premier League.
of
You know
course.
how and players targeting him, and the technicality is very very high in the Premier League, and he needs to be able to adapt his game in many
How
many
old is
ways.
he now?
About 19, 20, perhaps. They're
Oh, he's
very
old.
young. They're
Yeah, he's very
very,
old.
very young. But, they're very young. But I still
Yeah.
believe a good manager can use these kids. He needs to improve his running. I don't see him as very much of a hard runner, but because of his height and size, it could be deceptive because there was a loose ball that he went one on one with one of the defenders and he outpaced him. And I was like, oh, okay, so this guy can shift.
So
But
in essence, he's a man playing amongst boys. Is that what you're saying?
he was in that game, and it's hard to
Good.
measure. I watch a lot of the youngsters, if you know, and I know that many of them, you take them out of there and take them to older guys, they will struggle. But some of them won't, and the only way you can know that is by doing that.
Yeah.
So we have that. I mean, Enzo last week on Sunday, he was pained by what happened, and I loved it. Enzo was not happy. He would even drop to his knees and start slapping the ground when balls were not being played correctly. And I want that. I
Yeah.
want that. Enzo wasn't happy. He was hurt and angry.
He's
And I
competitive.
think, yeah, he wants to win. I want to see that. Now, I don't want to see that to the detriment of the team. There's a
Sure.
difference when the player does that because he's sulking and,
Yeah.
and he's trying to be obstinate than when a player does that because he's angry and he's looking for better. And I
It's a
think
fine
that's what
line,
happened
isn't
with
there?
Enzo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was angry, he was looking for better, he was cursing in I don't know whatever language, trying to cover his mouth, not talking. Yeah, because the performance wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And I do have to say one thing Frank did say, and I hope he told the players, is look at Man City. You want to get there? It's hard work. It's every day in the training ground, playing as you're playing on match day, and then it will come. So, let's be positive. I think we have a lot to look forward to. I really do. If, and I underline that word, if we get the right manager, and I hope we have.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's a
I want
good
to bring in
point.
Ty as quickly as possible, as soon as possible. I am missing something on Kovacic analogy by Bobby. I said he wasn't good enough. What was a shutdown? Um, the language you use sometimes it just sounds like every time you make your argument, somebody fights you. I have a different, opinion on Kovacic than Bobby does, and I know you think he's not good. I think Roger. I don't know where Roger is, whether he is with his gang member Bobby, or thinks Kovacic offers something that's intangible. For me, I think he's a good player. I think if we can keep him, let's keep him. But I don't think he stays. At least that disclaimer. That's my opinion. A lot of
For
people
me,
think he's not good,
for,
and you're entitled to argue he's not a good player or not good enough. Let me go ahead, Roger. I want to quickly catch up and bring in time.
I'm perplexed with Kova. I like him immensely. What he does, he's very technical, etc. But when you look at the big picture, the end product, either assists or scoring, it's just not there. But he does have other attributes that are very positive, and his leadership and experience, etc. But when you look at, is he an elite midfielder? No, but I think he's a good squad player.
All right. Yeah, you go ahead. But I'm saying the same thing. Frank is the worst ever coach in Chelsea history, or even the world. Here's the thing: I respect him, but I don't think he's a good manager. But he still has time. He's still very young.
Currently.
Maybe he turns it around. This is Old Trafford. You ain't winning. You cannot even beat Man City. And are you stronger than Man City going by your logic there? That's what I want to know. We will trash you. Okay, we'll see what happens. You're my friend, and we'll see what happens. Coach Morning, this has been the longest season ever shaking your head, please don't shake it too hard so it doesn't fall off. Before any transfer talk, I just want Chelsea to announce Poch because Lampard just depressing us more than Potter. I've gone past the level where it moves me that much that I'm depressed. Yeah, if anything, I'm just looking at the situation and trying to say, okay, what's the way forward? Reading, yeah, Reading is where Cassidy is on loan. Thank you for mentioning that, Jacob Huggins. I appreciate that. I would love us to surprise Man United with Dacho Fofana because Man United wouldn't expect us to play with an original striker, and that would surprise them. I need a striking force, a front three, whatever structure he chooses to deploy, that will bite and settle the Manchester United defender. I get it, hold up play is important, but beyond that, you need to unsettle the defense by being aggressive, making good runs, and behind the defensive lines and all that. If we judge players on game by game basis, then there wouldn't be any starter in the squad. Football doesn't work like that. That's why I'm saying I've always argued that this is not a season where it makes sense to isolate any player and start to critique them. The team as a unit has underperformed. Collectively, they've done that, so it just doesn't make sense to single out players. Why not have the same energy for Chilwell? Roger, he didn't have a higher expectations than Sterling as a player. Okay, and here's Ty. Ty has shared the link to his channel. Please click the three dots to the right of his name. Go check it out. CFC Chelsea sessions. You will love it. Lots of good content there. You will love if you don't understand what the anti-Glazers clause on Chelsea, on the sale of Chelsea contract means. There's a video there to educate you on what that is. And also, one of his best videos is his profile video on Omari Hutchinson. You need to go watch it yourself. I don't need to talk too much about that. Believe me, you will not regret it. But go subscribe there. Let's help him get to 1K subscribers as soon as possible. Because today and Sanchez can get in the senior team. I think the club have been pushing to get Sanchez a work permit. Let them do the same for Casadei. I've always liked them. When Barcelona has players like these, they turn them to wonder kids in their first team. Chelsea need to believe in its young players. Here's the thing. One thing I can assure you, under the new ownership, we're going to be seeing lots of young talents in the team. Because I think their plan is not to spend too much in the market in the near future, if that makes sense. But that's, by the way, Ty. I'm going to come to you. Your thoughts? What do you think Frank should do differently for us to avoid the sort of performance we saw against Man City, or maybe for us to get something out of that game at Old Trafford? You have the floor, Ty. You go ahead, speak if you're there. If not, we're going to move on.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I think he's there.
Hello, Ty.
Okay. Big up to everybody, and good morning, even.
Ty is so rusty, he can't even say big up.
The UK, I think. Yeah.
Ty, did you hear what I said? You're so rusty, you can't even say big up. But your education is important, so I support you, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Man City game was the first game that I watched in a very long time. Because I said, okay, I don't expect us to win games right now because there's no stream we have as manager. There's just simply some stuff within the squad and with the club in general. And I was very frustrated. I tried not to be frustrated because I'm saying I'm not expecting anything different. But when I look at the selection, the starting 11, I'm saying why some of these players playing and they've not been in the greatest form, and you're going with hope and optimism that they're going to do something. One of the key things that I saw, sorry, is that Madueke, when he came on, he made an immediate impact. Modric, he made an impact as well, but he also missed a crucial chance that could have gotten us a point. But what I saw was that these players should have started the game. They were more impactful. in 15 minutes than Sterling was, and that's not to bash Sterling to say that he's a bad player, because he has been one of the better players in the underperforming team. So when I look at that, I'm saying, okay, we have a lot of issues. But every time I looked at it, I'm saying there's so many chances. We created opportunities, but every time we kept missing, and we kept missing, and we kept missing. So I'm saying that, okay, there's an issue with the team. There's something that is going wrong, and when you're not in the greatest form, that game in itself proves it. Everything that was going on, it just showed that we were out of form, out of form, out of form, and it just added to the fact that we were having a bad season. So the whole aspect of it is that you had all these players who, the structure wasn't there, and like Bobby's always one to always speak about the physicality and the comparison of physicality between Man City or whatever the team is. You can see that they have bulky players. You have players that if you try to tackle them, they don't fall on the ground, and you can see they how fragile some of the players that we have are. A little tackle, they go down, and they don't get up, because we're aware of the fact that referees are they don't give free kicks for anything anymore. It has to be something that seems like there's an obstruction or something. So the mentality has always been an issue this season, and it's unfortunate. But the Man City game proved that even when we were playing, even when the team was playing against players who are very young, and very raw still, they still weren't competent enough to really give City a tough game. The stats says otherwise, because we had a lot of chances and attempts compared to City. But at the end of the day, you can't really expect, because the title was won for them. They needed to rest players and everything. So I don't really I don't really read too much into the statistics part of it, because quite simply there is a fundamental issue with Chelsea right now. It needs more than a new head coach. It needs more than transfers. There needs to be a proper structure. There needs to be something that goes beyond the team in itself. Because no matter what manager you have, if we don't have the structure there first, it's not going to work. So yes, there's an issue, but I'll always go back to the fact that, you know this season was always going to happen. There was poor preparations in the past, and over time it's led to this. So it's unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure a lot of Chelsea fans who've been supporters before the 21st century, or 2000s rather. You're gonna have some sense of being accustomed to this, and you understand it. So I mean, I guess I can endure this, because it's just the reality. And sometimes you do have these off seasons, and you do have these periods of underperforming.
Yeah, thank you so much, Atai. Always nice to have you on the panel. About your education is important, so I totally understand. And you have your own channel, also not obliged to be on the panel here, but I appreciate it whenever you have time to join. And yeah, the issues go beyond the players, beyond the manager structure. It's everywhere, and we have to sort it out. Lots of work for the incoming manager to deal with, lots of issues to deal with, but I think he's capable of doing that. But that's why once again, go check out Ty's channel. He's getting closer to 1,000 subscribers. Let's let him get there as soon as possible. He deserves to have at least 1,000 subscribers. My Brazilian friends consider Santos the next Casemiro, if developed correctly. And so that reinforces Bobby's comment. With the good coach, he's always argued, that can help these players integrate seamlessly and start performing at a very high level. That will go a long way. In the case I wanted us to talk about, I think we've talked about that. Romeo Lavia, apparently the Chelsea scouts, they observed some deficiencies. So I'm not sure how serious they are, if they still want them. Omala Ohate sounds like it's the priority right now. Not too sure. Nothing is too serious. All rumors at this point. Mason Mount is not sounding good. It sounds as if the possibility of finding of a solution with regards to him putting pen to paper for a new Chelsea contract is slim. Not sure what to make of that situation either. but you don't know. It's all rumors at this point. Anything can happen. But if you ask me, in my opinion, I'd say he's more likely to leave than stay. We've heard the club's rumored long-term target. Declan Rice will most likely join Arsenal. That's Chelsea. I'm not sure, but if you look at every player that's been linked with a move to Arsenal, that includes the Brighton player Casado. It doesn't make sense that sign him and also sign Declan Rice. It doesn't make any sort of sense, which means to some extent these are all rumors. There's no telling what's the truth there until we get until the summer transfer market opens and we start to follow the club's activity in the market. Richard, I don't know if you have anything to say with regards to the case of Mason Mount. Did you hear anything new?
No. Listen, we're not going to find out probably until the season's over, way into. I think we should be prepared to understand that we're probably going to sell him, because I don't think we're going to play him until his contract expires. We're not going to do that. We've seen that with J5. So I think we should be prepared, and unless Pochettino can, shall we say, persuade him otherwise, I think he's gone. I think there's a chart. Listen, I think it's about 50-50 right now, but it all depends on Poch. I think he holds the key. So either dissuading or persuading. Yeah.
Here's one thing I honestly do not like. The Mount debate. In some cases, I think if I'd be correct if I call it the Mount fight on Twitter, especially, and content creators, having a dig at each other.
He's a very divisive player. I don't understand why, Coach.
He divides opinion quite a lot.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Here's how I like to put it, and you know my argument about it, but I'm not going to go to that extent. Do I think he's the best player at Chelsea? No. Do I think he's the worst? No. Do I think he's a good player? Yes. Do I think he should be better? We should be seeing better than we've seen for him overall, even in his best form? Yes. And I have my reasons for that. But it's gotten to an extent where some are sounded as if we lose him, that's it for the club. We're done.
No. Yeah.
We lost Eden Hazard. And we won the Champions League without him. That's not me saying the club should look to sell him. My point is, if he ends up leaving, we'll still be fine. If he stays, even better. But I don't know why it has escalated to an extent where people it's ruining relationships between content creators. And that's how I see it. But I want to get your thoughts. Honestly, if you're paying attention.
Can I say something about this Mount situation?
Yeah.
Also, there's something about this that annoys me as well. Okay, accepted. Mason is not on form this season for a multitude of reasons, inclusive of his being burnt out. But if you look at Granit Xhaka, for example, Granit Xhaka fell out with the coach big time. For some petulant behavior. And he's played all season for Arsenal at a very, very high level. He's been very effective for the team. And even now that it is more or less announced that he's leaving and gone to Bayer Leverkusen, he's still putting out the best of his performances. So I don't understand any of this sort of Mount stuff or attitude or anything. I don't see why, if he is going, he should be stopped from playing, if that's the case. I mean, there are lots of ifs there yet again, and I don't see why it should be an issue, because he's still contracted to Chelsea. He's still a Chelsea player and until a deal is done to get him out the door, that has
let's say at least until his contract expires.
Or a deal is done to get him out the door, which is what we're looking at before his contract expires. So I don't see why it's such a big deal. And you're right, the fact that Mason Mount creates so much emotion amongst people is also compounded by the way people look at him. Yes, he's a Chelsea boy, but some people have gone into a sort of tribal symbolism with him.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what has inflamed emotions so highly. I try not to have that level of commitment to a player. You know, I know the players I really, really am fond of, and people, you know, I don't hide it. You know, you hear me talk about Ruben. I think Ruben is good enough to have that sort of patronage, as it were, but I don't, you know, I wouldn't pin my colors totally to the mast for Ruben. You know, I know Ruben
Well
personally,
said.
you know, if I can say that. You know, I've met him, met his family, and, you know, because of that, I'm very fond of the boy in the club that I love. Another player I'm very, very fond of, Conor Gallagher. I know when he throws a stinker, I say it. I know when there's a potential for him to leave, I say it. But will I go to unnecessary lengths with somebody else who doesn't particularly like him? No, I would think they're wrong. But you know, so all that stuff with Mason is extreme. You know, you see some platforms
Why is
that
this?
I like. You know, I don't know. Well, I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to assess. Like you all, I'm bemused. You know,
Yeah.
there's some platforms, the way they talk about Mason Mount, it's sort of almost like star hero worship. Oh, Mason can't do any wrong. Oh, Mason is this.
Sure.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And these are grown-ass men talking about a child in this way. I mean, I just find it bizarre. And that, you know, we do have these channels. Many of them, as I've said, they're people that I love them. I love their channels. I love them as Chelsea fans. But boy, the Mason Mount angle is a little bit over the top, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just
I
have
don't
to say
get it.
that.
Yeah.
It's
No,
weird.
sometimes we just overdo it. Sometimes to an extent where it's impossible to be objective anymore. Yeah, I don't know, but it's crazy. But go ahead, Roger. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, not at all. I completely agree with every syllable that Bobby uttered. It's nonsensical, Coach.
Yeah, of course it's
Listen,
not, Coach. You have to agree with everything.
but it's the
Just go
truth,
ahead.
though. It's
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
can't
kidding. I know.
quantify or identify why there is such a polarizing, extreme opinion on a certain player.
On both ends, yeah. Those that agree and those
both
don't
sides
agree,
of
yeah.
both sides of
Yeah.
the spectrum, and I simply don't comprehend it. He's a Chelsea player from the age of 8. You know, he's an English player. He's a good player. He's had good games. He's had bad games, just like every other professional athlete. So I don't see what the kerfuffle is. I really don't. I
don't understand. I think, like I said, some people do it to an extent where it's impossible to be objective anymore.
Yeah, it is.
My
I don't
Brazilian.
understand that because it.
Yeah, I don't understand it either. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. My Brazilian friends consider Sanchez the next Casemiro if developed correctly. I think I've read that one. And Norton, I heard Gundogan just signed for Arsenal on a free. Don't know how true that is. I don't think that would be. I think Barcelona
Really?
are the front runners. I think he will be going to Barca and not Arsenal. I don't see that happening. If it happens, I'd be surprised. Talisman will stay up for grabs in the summer on a free. Even on a free, he's one player I don't think is Chelsea quality, in my opinion.
Who's that?
Disclaimer, in my opinion, I don't think it's Chelsea quality. I think for somebody who's played closer to the final third in the Premier League for 3 seasons in a row, or how many seasons, he should have more numbers in terms of goals and assists. Right now, I don't think he one player who signed him, and in a year or two, you start hearing the fan base saying, sell him, Deadwood. We have 2 things. Is that we have to think, okay, if Mount isn't that good, why out of big teams want him? Is he better than Madison? I'm not sure how to answer that question, and I'm not too sure what teams want him. And something I have to say also with regards to Arsenal wanting him, because they're looking to sign more creative players. And if Mason Mount is the guy that comes as a more creative player for them in the final third, fine, let them get him. That's not me saying Mason Mount is bad. I know he's a good player. if that makes sense. I swear it's the banner. Really, Silva doesn't have a banner. Kante doesn't have a banner. It really puts him right up there on a pedestal. This is one of the things that triggered the fan base. Roger, what do you make of that?
Well, that's shocking to hear that Kante doesn't have a banner. I think
he doesn't actually.
Since he's joined Chelsea,
and we skipped from Kante to Silva.
Yeah, I believe Kante is the best player, regardless of position, that we've had. I think he's a unique and excellent player, both on and off the field. So the fact that I don't know, he's worldwide, he's respected worldwide. I can't think of anyone speaking negatively about Kante.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that he doesn't have a banner. Probably because we take him for granted. But quickly, I'm going to use this, speak this. You let me know whether I use this correctly. Blind me. Kante doesn't have a banner.
Yeah.
Did I use it correctly?
Yeah, you did. Well done, Albin. You're from London. Are you from London?
No, I'm not.
What's going on?
Just 1 second, I can hear my boy at the door. But just 1 second here. Yeah. I like Talisman. Like I said, to me, he's now. I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's good enough for Chelsea. This here says, swear I saw the silver banner. We saw that at the Forest game. It was used. Roger, go ahead. I'll get back. I'll get back to you. Sure. Go ahead, please.
Bobby, what do you think of this? Because I personally,
Bobby's gone. Bobby's gone.
Oh, is he really? Bobby,
yeah,
come back. Listen, I'm befuddled by that. I like Mason a lot. I'm not a huge fan of him. I'm not a huge critic of him. I think I see him for what he is. He's a very good, somewhat versatile player that has served Chelsea well. I believe, just like you, Coach, that I think he's been perhaps mismanaged to a certain extent, where his, shall we say, his industry has been put more of a priority over his development skill-wise. Also, he's a very young, progressive player. Does he have weaknesses? Does he have strong points? Of course he does. He's a prototypical young athlete. The fact that he divides people so vastly, it just, I don't know. I can't say why is there an issue with him. Listen, I think Silva is a great player. Probably our best player the last year and a half, 2 years, in my opinion. And I think Kante, you know how I think about Kante. I actually, he's, without him, we would be nowhere, honestly, chaps. So maybe it's because he's English. Maybe there's that expectation level because he's been with us since the age of 8. I don't know why he's so divisive. All I do know is that we need to get over it and just treat.
Yeah, we have to. Let's not let him divide us. If he stays, fine. If he goes, fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, it's business for all parties involved. There's a chance the owners are doing the best to keep him. There's a chance the issue. There's a chance he's feeling disrespected. But because in the first place, if we value him that much, why didn't we try to get him to extend when Rich James and others extended when he had he has 3-4 years left on 2 years left on his contract, and we waited till now.
Well, it's a bit like Mendy, isn't it? A bit of bad timing, so to speak, with the change of ownership, etc. I'm pretty sure had the negotiations, had our ownership not changed, I believe we wouldn't be having this conversation. But these are the times.
Oh yeah, we would have sorted things out a long time ago. I didn't help.
Yeah, no, it didn't help at all. And this has been the handcuffs, the proverbial handcuffs that Bobby refers to. And it's valid to a certain extent. We've lost players and we could be losing players as a result of that. However, you're right. Listen, maybe he's asking for the world. Listen, I think all professional athletes, for the most part, are exceptional.
It's his job. Let's actually quickly, Roger, let's talk about people always having issues with how much he wants to be earning a week. We have no right whatsoever to question how much man wants to be earning for. It's his job.
It's what the market dictates, coach.
And more importantly, it's his job. He's the one that runs 90 minutes plus on the
Yeah.
pitch. It's not you. We have no right
Yeah.
to complain with regards to how much he's asking. And that's his. I go ahead with what you're saying. It just doesn't make sense. The extent of the measure of toxicity has caused it within the fan base. I'm shocked, really.
Coach,
But go ahead.
you're getting old when you watch players on the field and you get tired watching them. So that's all I have to say, coach. Guilty as charged.
Oh my goodness! But really, it's a concerning situation. I don't know if Kai has anything to say to that. Add to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen, you're right. It's his job. His office is his body. It's that simple. He's a professional athlete, and it's his duty and his team's duty to get the most for him. Just like when you apply for a job, you know, there's a wage bracket. So it's business, and we need to understand that. You know, yes, he does play for the love of the sport, etc. But in the end, it's what pays his bills, and we have to respect that. So
it doesn't differ from every other vocation or endeavor, if you prefer. You have to love it to enjoy it, to be able to do well in it.
Listen, most professional athletes, whether it be golf, whether it be tennis, football, you name it, they have to love their sport to succeed. Very rarely does an athlete actually endeavor just for the money. They usually fail. So, listen, I think he's been a breath of fresh air in some regards for Chelsea, but has he disappointed? But you can say that about the entire team. So, I don't understand it. And I think we should just move on, because there are certain sections of a fan base, not just ours, everyone's, where there are players that are so divisive.
You can say both sections are overdoing it. Those for Mount are overdoing it. Those against Mount are overdoing it.
And their opinions are too extreme on both ends of the spectrum, and I don't understand that.
That is like left to right.
Yeah, there's a happy medium in between. It's that simple. Seriously, it's the truth. Do I think he's the greatest player since sliced bread? No, of course not. Is he the worst? No. So
I still don't know. I'm going to say this. I know Johnny is my friend, and I like him again. But I'm not sure how Beautiful Game is able to survive being a mod there. Maybe if he goes there, he stops talking about Mount.
We all have unconscious and conscious biases. I get that.
It's a human thing.
Yeah, but you have to look through the prism, through the glasses of reality. You can't be this blinded. I don't know. No comment, Coach. I think we've covered it enough.
Yeah, let me catch up with the chat.
It would be sad to see him go, though. That's all I have to say. I would prefer him to stay.
If he stays, fine. If he goes, fine for me. Then he does. Then if he goes, then which simply means that it didn't work out.
Exactly.
That's it. And he gets to play for other club. Mount have been overplayed. That's the truth. I will not lie. But multiple managers, regardless of their form, this toxicity was bound to happen. That's the truth. Even Tuchel is the one that actually ran Mount to the gutter until it was obvious that he was mentally tired. His decision making on the pitch showed he needed a break. Mount would do good with Arsenal. He adds that effort they lack at important times, and made his name taking shots just outside the 18-yard box. That is perfect for them. I don't think he can outdo Odegaard in terms of that shots outside the box. We don't rely on Kante like we do on Silva, but that doesn't mean you discount all he's done for us. He's done more for us than Thiago Silva has done, so he deserves a banner too, if that makes sense. So I think we have to start the campaign. Where's the banner for Kante? Out of respect. You will always have this polarizing situation at the fan base when there is no objectivity. When you support players based on sentiment and bias, I think there will always be extremes. Those for and those against. The club tried to make him a superstar way too soon. Well, I'm not sure what to make of that argument, my bro. But the thing is this, I'm not sure what to make of the situation, really. And I don't want to think too much into it. Coach, do you think he was worth the money He was asking, first of all, I don't know how much he was asking. So there's no way to tell. And I'm going to say this, if you ask me, I'm not sure. So why even talk about it? Would you pay him Reece James money? If you were up to me, I'd say I'm not sure really. But does he have the right to ask how much Reece James is asking? He has every right to. Do I think the club should pay him how much he's asking? Not up to me to decide. They have their business model and they have their new contract format and all that. So it's up to them. But you're trying to entrap me, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I love you, but I'm not going to let you do that to me. Big up to you too, brother. The truth about Mount is he's had a great first season and partly good a second season, but had way too many stinkers, and people couldn't believe he wasn't benched that whole time. You could argue, I think Thomas Tuchel didn't help by playing him even when it was clear he needed to rest. That turned some people against him, because at that point, what I was saying is that Mount has been, he's been poor, but it's down to the manager now realizing he needs a break. He was one of the players that played the most games that time. And the amount of running he did under Thomas Tuchel is something I didn't know he was capable of doing. There's no guarantee the previous owners would have sorted anything out, but
no,
we're thinking in hindsight.
There's none. But I think it's a fair assumption to say there's a strong possibility.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be
I do agree with that. Yeah, you could say that. Christensen, Alonso, Eshetra left on a free. Let's not put everything on the new owners. No, we're not putting anything. I didn't blame them. If you've been paying attention, my argument has always been we don't know why that isn't happening. And to me, but it only makes sense to a considerable extent to say the reason, again, the holdup may well have been due to the new construct of contract that the new owners offer to players may well be the issue. We don't know. And that's why every time somebody brings up the argument that how much he's asking is an issue, I've always said, I don't care, and that's not my business, and I don't believe that. And at one point, that was debunked, really. I think he made a statement saying that's not true. He's already a superstar, best defender in the league. Who you referencing here? He's the reason we don't concede too many goals. As bad as the team is, Koulibaly, Chalobah, and Fofana ain't near as good as you're talking about Silva. No argument. I don't have any issues with Silva's banner. I know he's an excellent player. To me, if I start singing him praises now, you'll start dancing to it, because I know him very well as a player, as much as I know Koulibaly. So my argument isn't he's a bad player. I'm just saying Kante deserves one. If Silva got one, then Kante deserves one too.
Yeah.
It's just because we're taking him for granted, and he's not the most outspoken to, but wouldn't ask for one either. I still think he's probably the sort of player, if you go to him say we want to put up a banner in your name, he'd say no. If I'd argue he's that sort of player. Give Gallagher the same money, then he runs for this too. Cardio causes. Go away.
That's funny.
Just go away, but that's not my argument. I know he understands what I'm saying, but I do a lot of running around in my office. But
that's funny.
I could never ask my boss for 300K per week. I'd be told to use that rectangular object at the end of the room. I get your argument, but that's by the way. The Bluetooth game is killing me there. E-comics, big up to you too, brother. I don't know. Anything else you want us to talk about, Roger? Otherwise, we can call it a day. It's been an excellent show. Two of my boys ain't going to school today, and the school won't allow them in until they recover fully. So it's not a really good thing, but it's in a way it allows us time to. That's why we've been speaking for a while now. If you have anything else you want us to talk about?
I wanted to talk about how disappointed I was with the game, basically, that we played against City with the team selection. I think we.
Yeah. What's your biggest disappointment on the day? What didn't you like?
Well, the selection. You could tell when when we put Madueke came on, when Mudryk came, or whoever came on,
Yeah.
or plethora, I thought we were a different and better team.
Would you say we've become more assertive? Is that the correct term?
Yeah, I just thought. I thought Sterling was horrible. I was hoping naively that he would continue with his form, and that was not the case, obviously. And I'm frustrated, Coach. I just really am. Out of everything, I don't know. I want this season to end in so many ways, and I'm not the type of person.
I was thinking he was going to make early changes, but he didn't.
Yeah, I was disappointed with Frank in that game, really, honestly. Listen, we could have scored. They could have scored. You know, I was hoping for a draw. I thought a draw would have been more fair in some regards, but you know, I'm being biased in that sense. I concede that. But
wow,
what's that?
I didn't actually, because I didn't see again my priority during that game was to see the Carney Chukwuemeka Mudryk start and do well and get a chance. Carney Chukwuemeka get a chance. He did at least 10 minutes or 9 minutes or so.
Yeah,
statistics show actually we did well. Expected goals we had 1.25, but the eye test proves the same. Eye test does align with the stats in terms of
assists. What's the XG, by the way? I didn't look it up.
That's what I'm saying. We have a 1.25. They have 1.19.
Yeah, so there you go. I think it's fair to say.
Eye test proved that because they didn't create too many clear-cut chances, didn't they? They didn't.
No, I thought had we, you know, I don't know. It's I wasn't happy. Let's put it that way. But
I wasn't either. It was horrific to watch. But I get it. The disjointed net is expected because you can argue the only area for the selection that I had issues was the attacking area. The midfield area, there's not much he can do given that Koba was out, Kante out, and all those players. Defensive area, there's not much he could have done also. But the attacking area, we could have done so much differently. But he chose the place. Go ahead.
And so you don't know what the reason was why Felix was pulled from the bench before the game.
There were conflicting reports on that day. First, we heard that he was not going to be on the lineup. So probably a knock.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure.
I think that's a safe assumption. I haven't seen anything that states other. You know, definitely. I don't know. Let's put it this way. I want to see this to me on our upcoming game. To me, is my favorite game of the season, and I want us to really play our best. Can we? Will we? Yet to be seen. Yet to be determined.
We'll have 2 games, and I really would like us to win 2 of those games. And that's right.
We have Newcastle still, don't we? I keep forgetting. Sorry, I thought this was.
And Roger, I actually believe we have good enough players to win those 2 games, even if we give the young players a chance. The young players actually will be more effective for us than the more experienced players.
Yes,
and I'm serious, but why is he not seeing that? I just don't understand.
Actually, that's the question I was going to ask you. What is he seeing that I'm not seeing? Is he purely basing everything on the training pitch? Because if you do that, I respect that. But then you have to understand that you can't transfer that to the actual game because you look at the game and it tells you something different than you're seeing on the training pitch. So which is more important?
Yeah, so see, here's the thing. Last time, when we look at the club's overall statistics, the leading players in all departments, just quickly, big up to you to economics. Norway, Poch keeps Sterling and Gallagher. I think we keep in Sterling whether we like it or not. In the sense that,
and honestly, I can't see Sterling leaving, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he wouldn't want to leave. He's again. This is one of the biggest contract he gets right now. He's on 300 and something thousand pounds per week, which is an issue for protesting buying clubs. He's not going to be in a rush to leave, and we can't do anything about that.
Why would you?
No, I wouldn't if I were.
Exactly.
If I was him. This one here from my bro says, Coach, don't let the chance of physios anywhere near your sons. They will be out until next season.
Yeah.
I will not.
I think this needs to be addressed, Coach. This is our injury, our consistency, our propensity for injuries is significant. We're
Yeah.
doing something incorrectly, whether it's training, whether it's there's something we're doing that is not conducive to maintaining a healthy team, and this is worrisome. This is not
Yeah,
the
just give me
norm.
1 second, Roger. I want to respond to something here from
Yeah, of
Ty.
course. So I think this needs to be looked at more than anything. I think this needs to be a priority for Chelsea. You know, if you look at the whole course of the season, why are we experiencing this level of injuries? You know, and a lot of them
It's
are
just,
young players. They're not
yeah,
all like 32 and 38. They're quite young, a lot of them. So why is this? This needs to be seriously addressed.
I think I agree with you. Let's look at the overall stats here. Let's see. Maybe that's what drives. I think the last time we did, it just seems as if the club's overall statistics is what drives Frank Lampard's selection. I think we did that before. But before we go into that, I want to see whether you have any responses. Based on Roger's argument on Sterling, Havertz should never start Chelsea again. So, Roger, I'm going to have you respond to that while I take care of something quickly here.
Yeah. Based on Roger's argument on Sterling, Havertz should never start over. No, I disagree with that. I think when you see Havertz come off the field, you see a team that cannot hold the ball up, cannot maintain possession when it's kicked long. So I actually, from my point of view, when I'm observing the game, when I watch it live or when I watch it back, which I invariably always do, I see that we lack the ability. His ability to also rush, to press from the first to the 90th plus minute is essential, and he does that. You know, is he a perfect player? No. But, you know, he's very technical. He possesses speed. He possesses industry. He shows the desire. He can be a bit petulant and seems to be getting yellow cards when he's frustrated. I've noticed that this season. But overall, I would say, and this is another player that divides people. You have to understand he's playing out of position. So this is kind of unfair to judge him solely on that. He's not a number 9, never has been. He's a second striker for Germany. Have a look at Germany, and Germany has not been that great of a team in the last 10 or so years since winning the World Cup. They've gone downhill quite fast. But since his arrival, he succeeds, and he is quite successful playing in his role as a second striker behind the number 9 for Deutschland. You know, you look at most German journalists and experts and former players, they rate him very highly, and rightfully so. I'm a big Kai fan. Am I objective? Yes, I believe I am. Because
here's how I feel, Roger. If he has to continue like this for him, I'd rather him leave Chelsea.
Who, Kai?
Yeah.
Sir,
if he has to continue, because at one point it will be a bit too late for him to, hit the reset button.
He's so young. He's got so much time ahead of him. He's 24, isn't he? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, but let's see what the club does for him. Does with him. It doesn't look like he's on the list. I know Christopher Viveur probably knows him quite well, and the decision on what players the club should sell and keep, I think he'd be a big part of that.
It would be a mistake for us to for him to leave. You know,
sometimes I can't. Sometimes I've learned not to be selfish, no matter because.
No. I am being selfish here, and I concede that. And you have valid point. I'm purely speaking from a selfish standpoint, you know. But I think he can become an elite player. He's already won us a trophy, and yes, I know a lot of critics will say, well, he's living off that. But look at what he does, his application, and how he works hard for Chelsea out of position. Let us progress next year and let's see what he does when he's played in his preferred position, and then we can rightfully judge him. This is all I'm saying. I think it's too premature to state otherwise right now. But this is my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. This basically, Roger has responded to that, and Felix saw the starting line 11 and said, "I'm injured." Maybe I think That's just me remixing that for you. Let's see. A new subscriber from Chelsea Sessions, Roger Olowo. Olowo sounds like a Nigerian name. Correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome and thank you for subscribing. Chelsea Session and Chelsea Perspective, both are channels that are like sister channels. And I think we'll have a lot to do together in the future. Ty, right now, his priority is education, and I'm all for that. He's a good friend and has proven that I can trust him to be my brother. Yeah, very soon the channel will be seeing lots of videos there, and I think he's planning on releasing one on why Mauricio Pochettino will do well at Chelsea. That will be ready soon.
I love Ty's channel actually; it's very informative.
Yeah.
It's
he's analytic. He's one of the best in terms of analyzing players and situations like that. He's good at it.
Indeed.
Yeah, Kai got benched in the World Cup, and Kai, when he got a chance, showed they shouldn't have benched him. Tell me whether you saw that or not.
Actually, I can't recall, to be honest with you. I really don't remember. How sad is that, Coach?
Yeah, let's see. You cannot play in every position in 3 years and still not know what your position is. Well, if that's what the argument you want to bring to the table, Neil, it doesn't look like I've said hello to you. Well, hello, more importantly to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. So, Roger, let's look here. The last time we looked at this, I don't know if you were on the panel the other day, we actually agreed. It looks like the overall statistics is what drives Frank Lampard's selection. And it looks like
so is he that data-driven? Is he really?
Sorry?
Is he that data-driven? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly that's what it seemed like it, but it just happens that those players also that are leading in some of the departments we'll look at are also the experienced players. There's no way to tell. So there's no way to tell specifically whether his selection is driven up by data or whether it's driven by him going for more experienced players. Look, Kai Havertz, top scorer, second top scorer, Raheem Sterling, third top scorer is Conor Gallagher. So, and these players have been constant in his selection. Raheem Sterling assist 3, Mason Mount 2. Mason, has been out. Ben Chilwell has been out 2. Raheem Sterling also goals plus assist 9 in total. Kai Havertz 8. You see, this Mason Mount has been out, so there's no way we shouldn't be considering him as we look at the statistics. Thiago Silva. That's what department is this? Okay, overall rating, but that's irrelevant to us. Goals per 90 minutes, Raheem Sterling 0.30, followed by Kai Havertz 0.26, followed by Conor Gallagher 0.16. So you see that, you can look at it and say that actually you could say drives that. Expected goals, which this doesn't really matter, but that shows how much they're trying. 11.2 for Kai Havertz, 5.6. But that department is useless. What else is important here? Goals on target, shots on target, 1.2. Kai, Raheem Sterling, and Conor Gallagher. These 3 consistently, they've appeared in all the departments we've been looking at. You're paying attention now,
isn't it? Yeah, no, I am.
Yeah, significant. Yeah, exactly. It is significant for a data-driven manager. This one shots per 90 minutes, even though you could argue, but it's still only one person missing here is Conor Gallagher. Accurate passes per 90 minutes. Look at defenders leading the way.
Wow.
Yeah. 62.
Ravioli.
Yeah, exactly. 62.2. Thiago Silva leading. And then big chances created, 6 from Raheem Sterling. Hakim Ziyech, even though he hasn't played that much, and Conor Gallagher appears.
I think that's from corners, Coach, for Ziyech.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you can see, but consistently we're seeing 3 players. More importantly, Kai Havertz here leading chances created, 36.0, 33, and then 30 from Mason Mount, even though he hasn't played for a long time. Accurate long balls, Koulibaly and Silva as usual leading, followed by Mateo Kovacic, the 3 of them. Expected assist, how much they tried, but that department is useless if you ask me. Anything else important here? Successful dribbles.
These are
look
really...
at the shocking aspect. Your cousin is leading with successful dribbles per 90 minutes, even though he's been. The eye test says he's the worst of all.
It's shocking, isn't it?
It's shocking, really.
This is how poor we've been. But also, it shows that he's been available most of the time. Also, don't forget a lot of other players, either through injury or selection, haven't been afforded that luxury. Listen, when you look at these statistics, they're shocking. We
They
are
are.
offensively going forward quite inept. I'm being professional. I'm being courteous. I'm not being derogatory. I'm just saying we
No,
are.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Listen, there's only 2 teams, I believe, that are worse than us. So may I ask a question? Where are we defensively in the league? Are we 4th or have we slid down?
I don't remember, but I think that's the only area we've done well. If we've been losing games.
We were for large portions of the season the 4th best defense in the Premier League. We probably subsided. We've probably gone down a bit because we've been conceding. But
yeah. So look at it. This one isn't good for Kai. Big chances missed, 8. Raheem Sterling. So this is telling. This is telling, really. Big chances missed. Kai Havertz 13. Raheem Sterling, big chances missed 8, which is a 21. João Felix, big chances missed 4. That is 25 goals in total.
Yeah.
We missed.
I told you, if you look at the XG, I did it for only the losses, coach, just for the losses. I think it's a 14 or 13 point difference in swing. I'd have to look at my spreadsheet. I looked at the XG for each game that we lost and then compared it to the amount of goals we actually would have been, we'd be in the top 7. We just haven't been clinical. It's that simple.
We haven't. That shows you. Look at how many big chances, and that's just me. I'm not expanding the list. I'm just stopping at the first 3 because it could be more.
To be honest with you, for most of the season, even though it's subsided, our problem hasn't been not creating enough opportunity.
It's putting chances away.
It's exactly. I mean, listen. I watched that one, and I had to watch it twice because I lost counts. I think we hit the post 14 times or something. And with the exception of twice that led to a goal, it's just an incredible amount of times we hit the woodwork. Don't get me wrong, other teams do that also. I'm not discounting that. But it's been at our cost. We don't hit the post after we're winning 3-0, where it doesn't really matter. A lot of the time that we've missed opportunities have been game deciding factors. And listen, this is what happens to teams that play poorly or get relegated. They don't have lady luck with them. Conversely, when you win a cup or you win a league, you do have a fair bit of luck, and Chelsea have had that. You know, this is part of the game. You don't usually win something by being injured and being unlucky. It's quite the opposite. And vice versa, and that's just part of life, really.
Yeah. This says that the last game for Germany, they had nothing to play for. No, I think they had other results gone their way, they would have qualified. That last game for Germany, correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, they just had to win and hope that things go their way in other games.
That was a great game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good game. So it wasn't like they had nothing to lose. No, Roger, I disagree. We should stop with these excuses. Okay, if that's how you feel. Excuses. I can't say it this morning about positions and age. Havertz has done nothing. Havertz himself said he can play as a striker, pressing for 72 minutes.
He's not a striker.
Don't make me laugh.
Listen, he's not a striker. He's a second striker. He's not a number 9, is what I should say. You know, that's not his position. He's never played like that. It's not an excuse. It's what you call a reason, and it's backed up with facts. Therefore, it's not an excuse. You have the right to look at a certain player or a certain team or a certain game in your prism, through your prism. I have no problem with that. But I'm just barely. I'm being neutral. I'm being objective. I don't.
Yeah, let's move on with that and come back to the stats.
Yeah, I rate him as a player. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and you have every right to. And you, Chelsea, all the way, you have every right to think he's crap. That's you. He should have been used properly by now. Coach, clearly the data sheet was upside down when they handed it to Frank, and he didn't even notice.
Yeah. That's funny. That's a good one.
Oh, my goodness. Big up to you too, Francis Wheatons. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Appreciate that. Our issues, but we'll be rounding off in a bit because we're streamed for 4 hours now. Our issue is indeed creating chances. You can say maybe we don't create enough, but again, it's a solid argument to say we've missed quite a lot. Jacob Huggins says, you cannot create two big chances per game and expect us to always score them. You have to create more. Yeah, I think it makes sense. The more chances we create, then the more the chances of us scoring goes. I agree with that. We got to create more and not blame Kante cover when they shoot wide. Of course, he didn't start that game. Yeah, he was brought on, and then he showed, well, maybe he could have started, but there's no way to tell. Kai, I don't have a favorite position, but I like to be in the box, close to the goal, and have the ball. So to you, that definition means he's a number 9. Okay. Big up everyone. How's the stream going? What are the pressing issues today? We didn't discuss any pressing issue. We talked about, and by the way, big up to you, Jesse. We did talk about Mason Mount's situation to a certain extent. Nobody's sure what's happening. We talked about the Chelsea scouts who watch Romeo Lavia being concerned with some of you can say the deficiencies they observed. Emmanuel Owate emerging as the now the favorite, as the club's choice, so to speak. Nothing too serious anywhere. And what else did we talk about today? The young 19-year-old striker we want to sign from Africa. That team sounded Steve Biko FC sounds like a South African team. I don't know. How about tomorrow's game? We've talked about that. We've reviewed the game. But if you can add your observation, what do you think Frank should do from given your observations in the last game? What do you think Frank should do differently for us to get, you could say, give a good account, at least give a good account of ourselves against Man United at Old Trafford, or maybe beat them? Or if you think we're going to lose that game, whatever your thoughts are, you let us know in the chat. I'd like to get it. And look at here, Roger. Interceptions per 90 minutes. I think I haven't looked at this one. Penalties 1, Amanda Broyer 1. We probably won 1 or 2, definitely. Successful tackles per 90 minutes. Gallagher tops that 1.8. Marco Correa 1.8. Koulibaly 1.6. And probably these are the most criticized, of the most criticized defenders in our ranks. I think that's the case. Interceptions per 90 minutes. Koulibaly tops that 1.5. Trevor Chalobah second, to Thiago Silva 3. Clearances, Thiago Silva, even some of them on the line. Koulibaly second, Trevor Chalobah third. Blocks per 90 minutes, Silva tops that, followed by Koulibaly, and then Conor Gallagher. So you can see, Rosa, my argument is this. It just looks as if Frank Lampard's selection, you could say, is driven by the statistics here, given the players we're seeing here all have been starting for him. But maybe he should follow eye test next time.
No, I agree.
Because this hasn't really worked.
Yeah, he looks like he's a very data-driven individual, doesn't he?
It looks like he's what?
He's a data-driven individual for sure.
It's looking like it. I said, go ahead.
I think there should be a happy medium between data-driven, but it has to be reinforced. Or actually, you could say either way: data-driven, but reinforced by the eye test, or eye test reinforced by data. So whichever, probably the latter more so. It's frustrating. This has been a hard season to follow. It's been a very frustrating.
It's been. I've always known it's going to be a long season, but I didn't know it was going to be as long as it is.
Yeah,
right now. It's been longer than expected. If we start a back four, put cover on there, put cover on the Real Madrid midfield, a bit of experience in midfield, start KK and Thiago Silva at back, we win. Just don't bring Fofana to cover the striker. He's been again.
Actually, can we discuss briefly? Can we discuss Fofana briefly?
You go ahead. Yeah, so let me just catch up with this quickly. I'll come back to that particular comment. Front will be Gallagher, Sterling, and Havertz. Maybe Madueke. Wow. Okay. No Mudryk. Got to go. Good luck, everyone. I got to watch a crunch game in ice hockey. Oh, okay, enjoy, and let us know how it goes at the end. But coming back to this, go ahead, Roger. You said let's talk about Fofana. Let's round off with that one.
Listen, I know it was his wayward pass that led to us conceding a goal, but how would you rate his performance in this game? And what are your thoughts of him over the season?
I think lots of good.
Can I join in that answer after you, Coach?
Sorry?
Can I join in that answer after you?
Okay, you go ahead. You can go ahead actually and start.
No, God, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm just keen to answer that question.
No, yeah,
well.
that's fine, brother. That's fine. I added you. That's why I said let's round up with that one. Here's the thing. There's still that youthful exuberance in him, and that reflects in his decision making sometimes. He hasn't. You could argue he's still raw. He's not. He hasn't matured as a player. He's still maturing. He's not polished. And Chalobah, I've always argued is the better of the two in terms of defending, but ball carrying is the better of the two, and that also is needed. But I think he overdoes it unnecessarily, sometimes too risky to my liking. That in some cases I feared he was going to lose the ball, and we end up conceding from that. In terms of the pass that he misplaced and that led to a goal, I don't want to blame him too much, but it shouldn't happen really. But because the truth remains that the person he was passing the ball to was there. There's a lot of space for him to, find him. But go ahead, Roger. You want to wait for Bobby to come in first before you speak?
No, listen, Bobby, please drop, sir.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you, brother.
Fofana, look, as far as I'm concerned, he's an excellent defender. But you use the term raw, absolutely. His age shows he's still in development. Sorry, let me wind up my window so I can... he's still very much a defender in development because of his age. And his injury susceptibility doesn't help him in terms of season. Well, he hasn't done for us yet. And that, I think, hampers players. I think that's what hampered Chilwell many a way. He doesn't produce a full season. In a season, every player, including the very, very best players, they go through dips. And it is in your dip that you find your rhythm, you find your ability to deal with when you're not playing well, to make it always be as if you're playing well, vis-a-vis Thiago Silva. Despite him sometimes having a 6 out of 10 performance, because of his experience, and believe you me, he uses that experience very well to make up for lack of pace and things in a place like the Premier League. He tends to give himself always very good performances. So,
yeah, but it's like your connection is really poor. But go ahead. I think
he's injury free. And I just wanted to say something because you mentioned Modric. Now, Modric, I'm tired of people complaining, oh, Modric on the bench, then why not play Modric? Well, yes, it's good to play him. But Modric is going to be that type of player that will spend time on the bench unless he manages to get some form and become like a Vinicius Junior. These wingers don't get regular game time unless they are indispensable to the team and score goals and just be a havoc to the opposition, like Vinicius Junior, who is not that much older than him, if at all. So he can do it, but he still has some aspect of his game to work on. But he's just got here. He's still getting used to the country, not to mention the team, and he's got to work under a new coach yet again. He would have had 3 new coaches in a short space of time, and he hasn't even been here a year. So Modric is one. Yeah, I think he's going to get better as well, but let's not get too worried if he comes off the bench against Man United. It's probably going to be more dangerous coming off the bench against them as well.
Yeah, but a very good argument. He's so raw. Roger, just quickly, let me catch up here, then you can come in when we round up for that. So, Bobby, thank you so much. Hello, chaps. Hello to you too, Neil, Yenny, I think this is your first time here, please be sure to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel, except if you've been listening to us but hasn't ever contributed in the chat. Data is all well and good, but I think what we have also lacked is real leaders. Oh yeah, we don't need scientists to know that we lack leadership. You can say, except for the defensive area, we have good leaders there. Because Kepa leads too, and Thiago Silva leads, Koulibaly can lead. Also lacked is real leaders, players. Exactly. Players that fight. Have been a few this season, if there's any actually that fight. Chelsea used to be physical and mentally strong. Bobby will like you so much. And you look at Bobby telling us the attitude of the young players, because he goes to watch them every now and then, fist bumping each other when you do something good, gingering each other up. You're saying, let's go, you can say that, what do I say? That grit you need to see. That's what we're accustomed to. That was
exuberance, enthusiasm.
the exuberance. Yeah, we used to see with when Chelsea played. That's no longer there. But good one there. So I appreciate you.
So grit is more of the word. I said grit is more of the word, because when things get tough and you're playing, you're tired, you're in pain. Did you know there's one example I'll never forget once. I don't know, I think it was Antonio Conte that said it. He said, do you know why he loves N'Golo Kante? Is that you see N'Golo Kante, he's been running hell for leather, 120 minutes, including extra time. And in the last 5 minutes, he has more legs on him than players that have just come on the pitch. Why? N'Golo's tired, but he has that inner grit, that inner right. I won't stop until I drop. And that's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. You watch some of these youngsters and they have that. To me, I give them a huge thumbs up. I say, yep, that's what I want in my team.
Here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for saying that. Any player can make a mistake that results, so we'll go, yep, even the number 9 man all. Again, my argument for Wesley Fofana, as mentioned, I think that's where the manager comes in. Ask him to do less. You want to see less of that, and that's why he need these young players. They need lots of coaching, and that's why I've always argued. I think Koulibaly stays, especially if Thiago Silva isn't going to be playing that much in the coming season. We need leadership. Because you don't want to have an average age of 22, at least 23 for your defenders. It's risky. But Richard, go ahead. Wesley Fofana.
No, I agree. I just want to say about Koulibaly, I totally agree, especially when you consider it's another year, longer in the tooth for Silva. He's not getting any younger, as they say. So I totally agree with you. We need depth and experience. You cannot buy experience no matter what you do, but especially in this position on the field. I totally agree yet again with Bobby, shocking as it may seem, that I think his injury has played a part in it. Listen, you're right, he isn't the quite polished thing, but he's young, he's a fetus still. He's only going to get better. And listen, this position is you're usually damned because it's the last part of the field where you concede goals. Players make the same kind of mistakes in the middle or up front, but they're not. It doesn't usually result in a concession of a goal. So there's more. It's amplified more when a defender makes a mistake, as opposed to any other position because of the location of the mistake. So I think it's unfairly criticized in that regard. I think he's going to be great. I am a little bit concerned with his health status, with
his fitness.
Right? He has a propensity to get injured quite often, but that's unfair to a certain extent. Also, because when you recover from one injury, your body compensates at another, so it's a knock-on effect. Listen, he's in his early stages. He's just left the front door, and he's just going down the garden path in the journey of his career. So I think it would behoove us to allow him time to improve and to grow as a player. I like him. He was quite shaky though the first quarter of the game, and that mistake didn't do his confidence any good. But I thought he grew into the game better. I just thought I felt sorry for him that it happened to him, because that's the last thing he needed. But I just thought I wanted to ask you chaps what you thought of him as a player, and just the defense generally in that whole game. Listen, to concede only once, I know they hit the bar or hit the post, whatever it was. But listen, they played a lot of starters that are rotational. That wasn't their B team per se. A lot of their players, are usually in their rotation. There's quite a few of them, like Amares, for instance. So they had about 3 or 4 players that you can say was a B team, but we had 8 players missing. So yet again, each time we play them, we've lost to them this season. But with one exception, we've actually conducted ourselves rather well. So I thought that was an unfair result. I thought a draw would have been a more fairer result, in my opinion. True, I'm looking through blue glasses, but that's what I wanted to say. That's all.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, and I want to say thank you to you for finding the time to join the show today. Always nice to have you on the panel.
Likewise, sir.
Yeah, same to Bobby. Thank you so much, Bobby. Even though you're busy, as you're driving, you actually made time to join us. Thank you to Chelsea all the way. Much love to you and respect. And Neil, Yenny, respect to you. The beautiful game, respect to you. JC, much love. All of you, Jacob Hawkins, much love. Francis Winters, Thomas Bays, everyone else in the chat. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Take care, chaps.